Hello and welcome to VizChitra 2025, India's first community-driven data visualization conference. My name is Prakriti and I'm a data journalist at the Secretariat.
And I'm clearly, yeah. And I'm Arpit. I work as an audience and product lead at Data for India. Today, we will be your hosts, tracing the Cartesian plane of all the talks here and annotating them with our chatter.
Lucky for us, Lucky for us, Arpit actually has the word audience in his job title, so I think we are in good hands. We're so glad you could make it today, and we're so glad that we could also make it today. We have 350 plus people joining us today, in person and online. Hello to everyone watching online. We have a stellar lineup waiting for you today, just as soon as Arpit and I stop yapping. We're gonna kick this packed event off by getting into rhythm, literally. We have a renowned djembe percussion player to put us on the right track. Please give it up for artist, actor, and musician Ashok Kumar.
Good morning, everyone. Let's make some noise. Hope all the registration formalities are done. You look very serious. Yeah, that's good. That's good. I warm up a bit, then I will talk to you. Okay. I probably play without the mic. Okay, let's have some noise, as I said. I want you to clap 4 times. Just 4 clap. Keep your hand free. Just 4 clap. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go. Okay, good. Little more coordination, synchronization. Just 4 clap. 1, 2, 3, go. Super, but getting better. Let me try one more time. 1, 2, 3, go. Slow down. Beginning of the day. This is the pace. 1, 2, 3, go. Very nice. Super. This time, let's use our voice. You don't clap on one. What sound shall we make? Some shout. Instead of one, we probably ho is easy, like ho, ho, ho. Don't speed up. Don't speed up. Okay, super. So this time, let's see the women power. There are a lot of beautiful girls, only girls this time. Ready? Ho, clap, clap, clap. 1, 2, 3, go. Very good. I think you can do better. Yeah? Ho. Yeah? Little louder. More energy. 1, 2, 3, go. Super. Now, let's see the boys. 1, 2, 3, go. Okay, now this time one's girls and one's boys. See the competition now. 1, 2, 3, go. Super. Now I'm going to make it a little more interesting. You're not going to clap second, third, fourth. You just say ho, and then I will fill it up with my drum. 2, 3, 4. Am I clear?
Yeah.
Okay, let's try that. 1. Now together, boys and girls together. You just say ho instead of the first clap. 2, 3, 4. I fill it up with my drum. 1, 2, 3, go. Good, very nice. I will play a small. I wish if it is evening, I would have invited you to dance, but since in the morning, maybe a bit early. Okay, I play a short solo for you. Sit and enjoy. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, Mr. Ashok, for this incredible performance. I hope now the line graph of my tech trouble goes down and your excitement has gone up. I'm very excited. I'm just seeing everything come to life. Makes me very, very happy today. Um, this 9 months, how all of this has come together. And for me, these 9 months started with a message from Gurman that, hey, we are starting a database conference. Would you want to be a part of it? And then a lot has happened before those 9 months and since then. And to talk about it, I want to invite some special people today. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Yes. Hello, everyone, and welcome to VizChitra 2025. Before I begin in placing some of the context, how many of you attended our online launch party? Can you raise your hand? A handful of you. You are true blue VizChitra, friends of VizChitra. So thank you so much for being here. You have been with us throughout the journey, and you may have some of the context I'm going to talk about. But for others, so at the realm of VizChitra are gobi ke paranthe. So Rasagya came home in Delhi, and we had gobi ke paranthe for breakfast. And while I was telling him about Revisual, which is an agency I founded 2 years ago, and doing database in India, I was talking about many things, and one of the things I brought up was a database community. And Rasagya's opinion was that it's very, very hard, and the one person I should reach out to should be Zainab. So Zainab, for those who don't know, runs HasGeek and had reached out to me many, many years ago to do an online database conference. I wrote her an email, do you want to do an online database conference now? And HasGeek, at that call was with Karan and Zainab, and they were of the opinion that to achieve the kind of things that I wanted to achieve, which was to build a space where people like you who do database in different industries could come together and talk to each other, you needed more than something online. You needed community, and you also needed something more than a conference. So I'm hoping, we are hoping, that this conference is just the start of a community of database professionals coming together in India. All of us, and many of us in the audience have dreamt of a database conference in India for many, many years. And it's quite surreal to have it all come to life. And so basically, after talking to Zainab, I sent these messages that, and Arpit was one of the recipients of it. We created a database group. We didn't even have a name. We met in Bangalore in October of last year, brainstormed some names, and there on top you see VizChitra. So Arpit didn't say this, but he was the one who came up with the name. So, you know, it truly takes a village. It started with this group, and now it's expanded. You'll see these gray bands. Those are the people who have brought it together. But really, the vision is this, that we all come together. We all do database in different fields, but there are many things we can teach each other. And the goal is to just enable that, to enable collaboration, to enable connection, to enable learning. And that's behind the philosophy of VizChitra, which I'll hand over to Rasagya to talk about.
Thank you, Gurman. Thanks a lot, everyone. So my name is Rasagya. I head a design team at a bank called Capital One, and I dream about making weird, interesting data-related things. And so when we put a community together, we thought this is a good opportunity for us to try and give it a slightly unique brand. And so this is typically what a brainstorming exercise looks like. We had a bunch of different ideas. We wanted to try and find novel use of type. We wanted to try and bring data inside type. We wanted to make patterns that get overlaid and are unique to the kind of people that are in VizChitra to really just bring this feeling that we're all we're all coming from very different areas, but we are all coming together for like a very interesting single purpose. And to do that, we sort of got fixated on this idea of a polygon, especially a pentagon, that could maybe represent this idea of different areas like data, design, analysis, engineering, all coming together. And a radar chart is a great way to actually connect sparingly like disconnected points together, which meant that we started obsessing over making something that changes as people respond to it. And so if you've seen these colors and you've seen some logos and you've seen some of our amazing comms that's been done by a bunch of amazing people, these are what the colors actually meant. They were colors for whether you like collecting or analyzing or developing or narrating or visualizing data, which meant that everybody, and these are just a handful of people that have made VizChitra possible, get their own VizChitra logo, which is unique to them. So stuff like this is what probably comes out of VizChitra. We had a bunch of people try other ideas like changing the name or the letters, maybe making them slightly more VizChitra, quirky. And so we ended with this very interesting encoding, which means that every letter has a specific slant. And then that means you get a unique way to write your name, or you write interesting quotes, like my favorite, which is, if data is the new soil, what will you grow? And with this, we've had a bunch of people jump in, make some wonderful stuff. If you've not been to the website yet, please do. This is a fun, small, but many more polygonish thing. And if you find this weird data logo idea interesting, you can also go on the website. There is an option to create your own logo. You can answer these questions, put a photo, and once you have that, you'll get a unique logo for yourself. So with that, a bit of branding conversation, I want to now jump into something more important that makes a conference, which is what are we going to talk about. So for that, Amit.
So we call this a community-driven conference, right? So what does that really mean? Like, how do we bring the community in as part of making and curating this conference, right? So there are kind of three things or three steps that we need to do to kind of make a conference happen, right? And remember, we started this on 17th Feb. You know, less than 4 months ago, the launch party happened, and we had to make all these three steps happen, right? So what are these three steps? The first is that we want to get the community to propose. How do we get them to propose? We want them to actually pitch ideas. And we did, the very first event that we did was a proposal jam. It was really people coming, jamming together, pitching their ideas, and we helping them to craft a proposal around all these talks that you're going to see. And on the very first submission deadline, or the only submission deadline, on April 15th, we got 110 proposals from the community. So that was step one of getting the community involved. So every talk that you see, barring the 2 sponsored talks, have come from those 110 proposals. The second part is curating it, right? How do we curate it? And how do we involve the community in curating it? Is we got the largest team in the core team is the discourse and editorial team, right? Because there is a lot of work that they had to do to sift through these proposals and shortlist it, and they got down to maybe, I think, about 50. They liked so many of them. Right? And then they reached out to all the community members to figure out which are the ones that we can make work. And we have, out of the 110 right now, with some maneuvering and trying to shrink a few things, we have 25 of them that you are all going to see today, right? That's step 3. It doesn't just stop at curating. How do you get them to iterate on their talk, to become the better version of their speakers, instructors, facilitators? So we had a review sessions. We had an extensive guide, which you can also look at, vizchitra.com/editorial. But you had extensive guide, external reviewers, and each speaker, and you can ask them how painful it was, and I'm looking at a few of them now, and went through this iteration to help improve. And these reviewers came not only from the core team, but a lot of external reviewers
both on talking about the topic from a content perspective, but also from speaking and delivery perspective, right? So in each of these 3 steps, proposal, curation, review, we've tried to do and involve the community in it. And our intent is that we learn much more from what we've done this time in this short 4 months and try and do better next time, right? To talk a bit more about this, more than just the editorial part, which was this event, I'll ask Ipsa to talk about what we are trying to do on the community front, much broader than just this one event.
Thank you, Amit. Hi, everyone. I'm Ipsa, team VizChitra. So VizChitra for us is not just a conference, but an ongoing conversation where we all get to connect and learn from each other. And it really stands on the shoulder of, people who have made this community. We have a buzzing, thriving community on our WhatsApp group, Friends of VizChitra. And we have had people who share ideas, resources, feedback. They bring in their diverse perspectives and their expertise and so on. We have had people who have shared opportunities, people who have shown up to our launch parties, people who have hosted events for us, people who have shared word about us, people who helped us find volunteers, people who came and volunteer, people who helped us find sponsors, and so on. And with these people all coming together, thank you. So we have been able to do one event a month since our launch, and I'm really excited about where we're going to go from here. And today is, of course, particularly exciting because we all get to meet each other after having seen each other mostly on screens and so on. So glad to see how this community puts in collaborative effort and care in the work that they do. Let's roll. Let's get this started. Prakriti, over to you.
Now, you all know the origin story of VizChitra, and you're all a part of it. This is India's first Data Viz conference. So, Gopi Parante or not, you are a part of this beginning. If you're here, you are a user, a producer, an observer of data in some way or the other. When I started journalism, I thought that there wasn't enough data on India. But someone very cool has written a whole book about it. There is a lot of data. And we weren't asking the right questions. So we're going to start with those tough questions today. Who collects this data? Who gets left out? And how can we all be better? Here to ask and answer, founder and director of Data for India, a platform dedicated to expanding the access and understanding of data, and also Arpit's boss, Rukmini S.
Okay. It's great to be here. I'm excited for the conference. Hang on, let me unselect this. Okay. It's extremely exciting to be here at a community-run conference, community-driven one, a community that I am part of. And the community is the reason that I am here. I have no background in math, stats, design, tech, politics, economics, or anything particularly useful. And the reason I've been able to do what I do is because of community, and the reason that I'm speaking here is because of the warm embrace of this community. So I just want to start with that. A couple of quick caveats. Most of what I'll be talking about today has to do with public data. And I recognize that public data is not the only source of data, nor the only data that many of us here work with. But I will argue that some of the lessons that we should take from how we engage with public data apply to how we engage with data, and I would say apply to how we engage with the world more broadly. So while most of my examples here are from public data, I think some of these lessons apply more widely as well. I'm going to rush through things because I want to keep to time. So if there's something I talk about here that you'd like to know more about, or if the chat wasn't clear enough, please catch me all through the day. For people joining online, you'll have my email address at the end of the day. So a little bit about me. As I said, I didn't study anything useful, which is why I ended up in journalism. After having been a field reporter for a number of years, which I loved, I moved to data journalism, not because I had studied numbers, but because I had encountered research around India for the first time. Sorry. And I wanted to bring greater rigor to journalism. This seemed like one of the ways to do it, which is to use research in some of my reporting. I learned how to look at Indian numbers and Indian data sets on the job, and then sort of ended up focusing more heavily on data journalism. One of the things that gives me huge satisfaction is to see how far Indian data journalism has come in the last 10 years. So there's very rarely cause to say nice things about changes in Indian journalism over the last 10 years. But I think one of the things we can all feel pretty good about is the quality of data journalism across Indian newsrooms, and you'll hear more from one of its best proponents, Srinivas Ramani, later today. I went freelance around the pandemic and then wrote a book which tried to pull together my experiences both on the field and as a data journalist. In 2024, I, along with my co-founder, launched Data for India, which is a public platform that pulls together socio-economic data around India, aims to explain it to a lay audience through a combination of writing, charts, and we talk a lot about methodology, which is something I'm going to talk about today. So there's 4 or 5 key themes that I wanted to talk about, and I'll start with this one. So a lot of the time, there's a very justified hand-wringing about the lack of data that's available. And you know what? Let's all do that. I'll lead the hand-wringing. I'll join in it entirely about data that isn't available. We should all be very unhappy that the census has taken so long to come. But it also is a moment, standing here, to take some amount of stock of what an enormous improvement there has been in accessibility to most public data. I've seen this personally in the last 10 years, and part of this is a huge improvement in the technical aspects of access. I'll talk about that first. So it's pretty startling to think about, but most of our work and most of the work of all of academia in India around politics and economics comes from what is called unit level data, which means this is anonymized data, but you have information for every individual. And it allows you to do incredibly rich things, which I'll talk about in a minute. It's pretty startling to know that free access to to the unit level public data happened just 10 years ago. Until 10 years ago, this was highly restricted, and it also meant that there was gatekeeping around who could use it and who could talk about it. So to have come from where we were to this situation right now, where a lot of microdata is made available on government websites, is a huge improvement, and all of us working in this space benefit from it enormously. There's also become a multitude of ports of access. So there's a lot of improvement from the main statistics body of the Indian government. It's also become more interested itself in data visualization from the times that you would see, these lurid primary colored pie charts to a point where you can do maps and visualizations on the National Data Analytics Platform, which is the image in the middle. We've come a long way in some of these systems. What we've also come a long way is in community. So there is a thriving and exciting open data community in India, and one of its greatest examples was born originally out of Bangalore. It's called Data Meet. It is a Google group. It's essentially an email in your inbox that I've had for the last 10 years. And so many of them are versions of this, which is, I'm sorry if you can't see the details of the last one, but versions of, I'm looking for X, does anyone know where it is? And someone pulls it up either from a government website or from their own GitHub. It's an amazing resource and allowed a lot of us to do a lot of what we do. There are also a bunch of private initiatives now. There is India Data Hub, there is India Data Portal, there is CMIE, there is Data Full that comes from Factly. a number of these exciting initiatives that also aim to push access to data forward. Having the data means that there is a lot that you can do with it, and I'm going to argue that it's not just fun things that you can do with it, it also helps truly expanding how we think about and understand our country in some very fundamental ways. Now, I spoke a little about unit level data earlier, and the reason unit level data is so important to me and my team is because sometimes there are 5 or 6 preset ways in which the report or the person presenting the data is looking at that data. And you may not want to look at that. So for example, rates of literacy may be shown by age group, they may be shown by gender, they may be shown by geographic distribution. But you may think that the differences in access to education for marginalized communities and others is central to the understanding of India. Unit level data allows you to pull in those intersectionalities where they didn't exist before, so it's extremely important to many of us who work with public data. What this data also allows us is to tell sometimes sobering and sometimes moving stories about how the country has changed. I personally find this chart extremely moving. It's strange to find a set of dots moving, but at least I know I'm in good company here where many people find dots moving. This shows male and female literacy over time. And many of us may have grandparents who are in their 70s, or parents. And oh my God, this is a bit daunting. I like to be able to see people. I'll just have to picture you all as gorgeous and interested. Thank you, that's much better. Yeah, so what we're used to, sorry, does it help to be able to see it if it's darker? You could just. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So many of us have parents and grandparents in their 70s, and we know this. We know that the likelihood of grandfathers having gone to school was so much higher than grandmothers. We see that difference in literacy. And that difference in literacy has disappeared among younger people. So to know that at least that one driver of inequality has disappeared over our lifetimes or our grandparents' lifetimes is moving. And it's something that looking at this level of access of data now allows you to do. What we're also able to do now is to pull together multiple data sources which tell you stories that you may not have known otherwise, or that you would not have been able to say by looking at one data source alone. And let me just tell you something, just one fact from this. So this is my colleague Abhishek Wagmare's work, as was the previous slide, looking at education in India. And if you look at just that blue line, that is data on literacy from India's National Family Health Survey. Now the first half of that broken line was when the NFHS had its methodology, was to administer a literacy test to people whom they were not sure about their literacy. So what happens is that the question is asked to the household head, which is typically the oldest or most outspoken man of the family, who answers for everybody in the family. If there is reason to be unsure about the education levels of everyone, the NFHS administered a literacy test to them, and that's what the first broken line shows. What happened after that is they stopped administering the literacy test. They only asked the household head. And in the year that you see that both methods were used, where the break in the line happens, you can see a significant gap. So it's highly likely that literacy is being overstated by household heads, and we don't know for whom in particular. Are they overstating it for the women in the household? Are they overstating it among disabled members of the household? We don't know that. So we are able to do this because we look at multiple data sources. So this access to data has allowed us all to become, to some extent, fact checkers of these numbers. Oh, sorry. Okay. I'm very excited to hear from Anand at the end of the day, who will also be speaking tomorrow. But just a little bit about tools. This has truly been one of the transformational things in my work as well. I'm going to give you a quick example. About 10 years ago, I was interested in something that people are interested in today too, and I see a lot of work happening in Bangalore about it that I'm excited about, which is about violence against women and understanding it through looking at the court system. So what I was interested then was looking at legal rulings around assault convictions. And I was trying to use Delhi's district court website at the time. After trying everything that I possibly could, there was a captcha that would keep failing, search text would keep failing. I opened up a Google Sheet as one of the tabs, and for 6 months I kept it open and kept manually filling it because I had to hand code 600 cases and read all the text in it. I'm so glad to be able to say that nobody needs to do this anymore. It's a poor use of anyone's time. It's not a humble brag at all. It's a terrible use of 6 months, part of 6 months. And there's exciting work that's happening using LLMs that allows you to say this vital stuff. So what I was able to say from this, for example, was that the majority of what was being listed as sexual assault was actually the criminalization of consenting relationships, often intercaste and intermarriage, by parents and family members helped along by a willing and able police force. This is something that better research than this has repeatedly shown, and you're able to do it so much better with the tools that are available right now. We can all retire this spreadsheet. But all of this sometimes gives us a God complex. I tell my team as well that I worry that being able to look at unit level data makes you feel super powerful. And what it does also is it makes you slightly pay less attention to where these numbers are coming from. Now, I don't blame people who are not able to figure out where the numbers are coming from, because the documentation is extremely difficult to access and super painful to read. So we need to make that part better. The locus of responsibility is not on people to figure out all of this stuff. The locus of responsibility is on us, the users and producers of this data. So if people don't know the answers to some of this stuff, it's on us that we haven't got that across to them. Some questions that I feel are important to ask when looking at public data in particular, but in all of your jobs as well. So this is work by Rosa Abraham of Azim Premji University here in Bangalore, and to just quickly say what it says, depending on the way you ask women a question about what work they did in the week preceding the survey, depending on the way the question is asked, you get substantially different responses. And it's an important thing to feed back into the system if we're trying to understand female labor force participation better, for example. It's also very important to understand who is being asked the question. Now, again, this is a piece of investigative work done by my colleague Abhishek Wagmare. So let's just look at let's just look at this, which is a screenshot from a government report, which is about the share of people who could use email. So you look at any of those numbers, they're all roughly in the 50% and above range. Just to show you where that number comes from, you don't need to read all of this, Abhishek's done it, so we're good here. That the column circled with red is the one that has the one we're looking for. But to get there, these are the hoops you have to jump through. First of all, you ask people if they're able to use a telephone. Only if they are, then you ask them if they're able to use a smartphone. Only if they're able to use a smartphone or a desktop or a laptop, they're asked whether they've used it with the internet for any purpose. And only those people are then asked the email question. That's okay. That's okay if that's the system. But your denominator should then be all people, right? Of all the people asked, only so many could use email. The denominator in the numbers that you saw here is only the column just before the one circled in red. So he had to do all of this because that number just seemed a bit off to us to get to what is being asked. And sometimes these are intentional deceptions, and that's something to be very careful of as data journalists in particular. Sometimes they're unintentional, and then the job is a lot harder than for us. But my argument is this: you have to put in the work. You're going to have to put in the work to do all this, to get to the data that then allows you to do cool stuff. Okay, we all want to do cool stuff, but it's going to take work to get there. Also, just quickly about where numbers come from, the internal life of numbers. In 2022-23, there was an unexpected shift in India's workforce participation numbers. We don't need to get into that. My colleagues Pramit Bhattacharya and Nandlal Mishra looked into the data to try and figure out what was going on. And they isolated the change to Assam alone, to just Assam. Assam's population appeared to have tripled, look at that red one, from 30 million to 90 million in 1 year, and then gone back to 30 million the next year. So they looked closer at the numbers to see what was happening, and they figured out that through an error, one village had been assigned 650 times the weight that it should have been. And as a result, all the characteristics of that village got blown up to the whole country. That one village a tiny rural village, in fact one which has high out-migration. So it had so many women and children in it that it just skewed all the numbers. That error skewed all India numbers around workforce participation, sex ratio, female labor force participation, all of that. It's not in the paperwork. This wasn't something that just needed us to plod through the paperwork. This needed to be figured out just with a sort of spidey sense of why have things suddenly changed in this 1 year. And then finally, just one point that I would like us to repeatedly think about, which is that things have become very polarized, and as a result, the way we look at numbers is pretty polarized as well. Now, we're all humans with our own politics and subjective biases, and we're not required to become robots without these. That's not what's required of us. But it does mean that when we look at the numbers, we need to think about why we're looking at it in a particular way. So these numbers are about anemia in India, and you may have come across some of the discourse around it, which is that the rates of anemia in India have gone up, and then anemia as a question was dropped from the health survey, and so that probably means it was because the numbers were going up. Now, we did some work and we found that there is an issue with the way anemia is being collected. So that chart on the right is from a study done in Tanzania that found that the collection of anemia numbers is highly sensitive to the method used. And the very basic method that India has been using until now is producing inconsistent and higher numbers. It's not just that. Global aggregates like the World Bank mix together surveys done using one method and the other without telling you which country has used which. So you may be tempted to compare, say, India and Sri Lanka and say India's anemia rates are so much higher, while the two countries use different methods. So all of this is some of the stuff we're going to have to think about before we're able to use data. This is what I want us all to think about, even those who don't use public data. I want us to think really hard about who it is who can understand what we're doing. Now, I'm going to sound like my own parents here who use cool as a bad word. Does that happen in your house? Cool is to do something, too much, reaching too far. We all want to do cooler stuff, right? And it's okay to only want to do stuff that other people like you can understand, or to do stuff that's cooler and cooler. All of that is okay. But we need to at least be humble about this one fact, that very few people are getting it. Or let me pull that back one step. We don't know how many people are getting it. All of the discussion that I'll go out on a limb and say that you're going to hear even over the next few days, a lot of our assertions about what people can understand and preferences around data visualization are not based in work that was done in India. We do not have a good sense of what data people can understand, what data concepts people can understand, and what visualizations people can understand. So when people instinctively tell me, use a bar chart, not a pie chart, nobody understands pie charts, I'm not willing to accept that until I see some good work done around what people actually can understand in India, or to take it further, whether people can understand data viz at all. This is a serious question that some of us have when we find that people gloss over data viz entirely and go to the text or even audio. They'd rather skip even the text and get to audio. And this is not surprising if you think about how math is taught in schools, where you're made to feel dumb if on day 2 you didn't understand what was happening. It's linked to intelligence, and women and people from marginalized communities in particular are made to feel like math is not for them. You're starting right from there. So I do want us to keep all of that in mind. We're starting from a place where not all Indians have access to phones, and women in particular and people from marginalized communities are less likely to have access to phones and less likely to use the internet. They're also more likely to be using shared devices, so their own personal sort of understanding of what they're getting to do is limited. We're also definitely talking about a country. So first of all, the share of people who own a laptop in rural India, 2% of households own either a laptop or a computer in India. Now, one way of thinking about it is everyone uses their phones, and that's fine. But a lot of the things that we're talking about need to be done on a laptop. For things like presentations or more advanced work than that, spreadsheets, they need to be done on some sort of computer or laptop. And so we see this, for example, all of us do work that's based out of spreadsheets. Let's at least just be humble about how many people out there know anything about how to use a spreadsheet. And all of this is in the context of the fact that many children leave school not able to do without basic functional literacy. So this is the test that ASER, another great product of Bangalore, has produced. And in 2022, they found, for example, that 30% of children in grade 8 could not read a grade 2 text in 2022. This is the sort of test that they administer. So we know that kids are leaving school often without functional literacy. We are not all talking to the same people, and we don't have to. There's no virtue signaling in being able to be understood by everyone in every language in every corner of the country. But let's at least come together to accept what ground we're standing on. Let's start from there. So I'm going to end by saying that data has been transformational in India. It's not just the understanding, so it's partly that the understanding of data has done a lot for how things changed in the country. Data was closely tied to the nationalistic product out of which the country was born. It was a nationalistic movement to set up a statistical machinery it was like ISRO. I often say I feel like there should be a Netflix show on the NSS, not just on ISRO. It was tied to a decolonizing moment. And so data has had a transformational impact on the country. People on the ground have put data to work to have a transformational impact. So if you read M.R. Sharan's work, for example, you see what using NREGA data, so from its administrative data to paint it on walls, has been able to do in terms of bringing about accountability. People have used the RTI to produce data that's brought about accountability. Data has transformed the country, but we need to put it to work to achieve some of these aims. Again, not everybody has to do this. We don't have to all do the same work. But it's going to take work. It's not automatically usable without putting any of this behind it. Let me end by thanking the VizChitra team. Please look at Data for India for your work. I also want to encourage you to look at our installation by my team on the first floor near the tea counter. Do I have 5 minutes for questions? Yes, great. Okay. I would love some questions. I saw someone there. So comparing field, yes. So I think this is used widely, and I think there's two ways to think about it. One is whether you can use. So the question was, do I know of people who who look at both large-scale data as well as granular data on the ground together, right? No, so I don't do it. I've used it in my reporting in the past, but our team doesn't do it. We aim to tell broad stories about India and to the state level, but not more drilled down than that. However, people on the ground often do it. So if they're using either a small survey or this administrative data that comes out of a region, you compare it with large data sets. Just one line, there's two possible ways to do it. Either you look at the national data to give you a sense of what the broad, the ground realities is. Sometimes people also use it to call out differences. So I think this can be a pretty valuable way of cross-checking between data that's collected by, say, state administrations. We've given so many people vaccines versus what household data says, that we were only able to vaccinate 30% of children in that district. Where do you think work is, God, I'm thinking as I repeat it. Where do you think work is really required in India to have an impact on data? So I'll say my thinking has shifted in the last few years. A lot of the focus of my rage used to be on the producers of the data. And there's still rage to focus. There's lots of rage going around. We could focus some of that there. We should be angry about not having had a census in so long. There's lots of other data we need. We need quicker data. We need more granular data. But I think it's now shifted towards the analysis of that data. So I feel quite frustrated by by some of the dimensions in which data has been looked at again and again, and I feel like it's led to a loss of nuance. I also have a huge issue with the polarized manner in which both news reporting and academia functions, to the detriment of knowledge. That's happened in the case of anemia, it's happened in the case of labor force participation. It's a huge issue. I don't know if we realize how much of work that has been produced is faulty because it comes from a place of ideological polarization. Yes, please.
So I understand you work in the space of PMLA, getting data around PMLA, how many people were convicted and all of that, right?
No, I haven't worked on PMLA.
But,
Sorry, yeah.
So my question is, how much influence can data around such a thing influence Supreme Court to take their judgments? Like so, we saw a lot of people being convicted or sent to jail just because of PMLA, and the conviction rate was very low. So did Supreme Court take into account those kinds of things as well, that the conviction rate is low and people are being jailed? So is there any influence with the data you presented?
So let me quickly answer that, and more broadly, which is about the impact of data on the judicial process. It happens in both ways, and it happens in extremely damaging ways as well. I would say the Indian judiciary is not at a place where we can feel much confidence in an accurate sort of use or a non-partisan use of the data. To my mind, the bigger problem actually is the impact that news reporting has on court decisions. So in the course of the work that I did around sexual assault in India, I got to talk to judges as well. And many of the judges were so poorly inclined to be on the side of women because of the news reporting that they had encountered. So that can have extremely damaging directions. I think people have used data in their work quite successfully. There has been work done around under trials, for example, that the Supreme Court has taken well. And I think the credit for that goes to advocacy organizations like NLU Delhi, NLS, etc., NALSAR, not advocacy legal research, who've done impeccable legal research using data that then is used to secure human rights victories in courts. Should we?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm available all day to talk.
Thank you, Rukmini, for this incredible talk. I'm in office every day, but still, yeah. So before we move ahead, just wanted to make a bunch of exciting announcements of things that are happening around the campus. So the Nutanix speakers will be at the speaker lounge at 11 a.m. tea break if you want to talk to them about their work. We also have a draw your own dashboard contest happening at the lightning chart kiosk. If anyone is interested in dashboards and love to make them, please go check them out. We have Anand, who is our closing keynote speaker, but he'll be at the Strive kiosk between 11 and 11:30, answering any questions you have about his work. Revisual Labs are doing, you can look at their work, you can collect swag from them at their kiosk, and then the best announcement, Lily has some sweets at their kiosk, so please have some nice sweets, yeah. Cool. It was fascinating to see how data has moved so much. That photo of that Sankiki journal from so early to see where data has come now, how this transformation has happened, has been incredible. Another transformation I think all of us have been lucky to observe is the transformation that's happening in newsrooms across the country. Over the last decade, data journalism has become such a prevalent part of the conversation. There's so many data journalists who signed up for this conference today. One of the papers who's leading this work is the Hindu. I am a reader of Hindu, and every morning I look up the newspaper, oh, what's in data point today? And I'm excited to bring on stage the Deputy National Editor of Hindu, Srini Ramani, to talk about his work today. Yeah. Sorry, if there's people who can't find seating, Hall 1, we are streaming the Auditorium talks. You're welcome to watch them there.
Hi. Hello, everyone. Am I audible? Yeah. Yeah. So, good morning, everyone. Uh, Thanks for the sweet introduction. So, uh, my topic is basically to talk about data journalism. The previous talks were a bit optimistic. Mine is a slightly pessimistic talk because I belong to an industry that's clearly in decline. But that would not be the focus of the presentation. I'll try to tell you why data journalism actually helps, stem some of the losses that we are encountering during a time of decline of print. I'll try to explain how. Before I get into that, I just wanted to start off with an exemplar of the kind of journalism we have done in recent times, and that actually sets the tone of trying to understand how we have been trying to incorporate data in the list of products that we have brought about in print. One of the most important stories that we did in the last year was about the electoral bonds. So as soon as the Supreme Court mandated the State Bank of India to release public information on, anonymized information on electoral bonds, we latched onto that topic and tried to do as many stories as we could. If you see here, these are some of the stories that we did. This included how certain realty majors were some of the key donors to key buyers of electoral bonds and donors to political parties. How certain parties were, certain companies paid a lot more of money. How some companies actually flouted the law. For example, companies which were incorporated within 3 years of, companies which are incorporated in 3 years were not supposed to buy electoral bonds, but at least 20 companies did so. 55 companies actually went on to buy electoral bonds despite the value of the bonds exceeding the 7.5% cap of their profits. 33 loss-making companies actually made donations. The rule was that only profit-making companies were supposed to make donations and so on. So how did we go about it? What we did was we initially, as soon as the data was released by SBI, we came up with a simple searchable interface. We put in all the data that we had into a searchable interface, as you can see here. Initially, the information was anonymized. All we got was what were the parties that received donations and which were the companies that made donations, and the connection was not made. But thanks to some judicial activism, we were able to get that information as well. And as you can see, we went on to make analysis based on that. I'll show you. Let me just wait for this to, here you have the complete list of donors and the recipients. And once that information was made available, we immediately put it up in a searchable interface. And you can search by party, you can search by company, and so on, right? How did we do that? So what we did was we initially, as soon as we got the electoral bonds data, we put it up in a searchable interface. Then we started looking up into all these companies in the publicly available data at the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. We started looking at the name of the directors, and we tried to figure out if these directors' names are repeated in other companies as well. So that was the first. Then we also tried to look into our archives, the Hindus archives, to find out if these companies have been named in investigations related to corruption, if these directors in particular have been indicted for this or that reason, and so on. Then we were able to make some correlations based on that. Later, we also tried to analyze these companies' financials using the CMIE Provos database, and we were able to find out, looking at their balance sheets, if they were making profits, if they're violating any of those rules that were set for companies which could buy those bonds. Once we got this various disparate information, we were able to synthesize them, mix and match the data, and were able to come up with some correlations. Later, we can't just publish that information. We needed to corroborate it as well. So thankfully, because a newspaper has other teams as well, we had our business bureau, we had corporate reporters. We collaborated with them, and they got the reactions from the companies in question, and that's how we were able to build the story. So the teams involved included the Hindu data team, the business bureau, of course, the digital and print publishing teams, and design. So this is just an exemplar of, and of course, the tools that we used was most importantly OpenRefine, because I remember others were also doing this story, and somewhere in the race to try to bring this data as fast as possible, and some had actually not used OpenRefine. So what happened was some companies which names were misspelled were noted as a different record, and that's why the data was not collected properly. But because we used OpenRefine, we were able to escape that error. And of course, we use spreadsheets, we use Flourish to create the searchable interface. We use the CMI Provost database. We use the Ministry of Corporate Affairs database. Of course, we relied a lot on our archives. There was a pretty decent impact, but not to the extent that we expected. We thought that revealing this data would automatically lead to recriminations, questions being raised, and then probably even investigations on how these companies managed to do these things. None of those things happened. As soon as the elections got over, the issue became irrelevant. Of course, some parties did raise this question and made these demands, but it didn't go any further. So, but at the same time, for us in particular, we were able to generate a lot of website traffic for hosting this database, also these stories. And we noticed that this database that we put up, the searchable interface, was used by other media organizations, other researchers, other institutions to take this investigation further. And this served as some kind of a primary resource source. And also it helped us win an award, which you can see here. So before this is just a showcase of what we do. I've been asked to tell about my journey in journalism. Quickly. So I graduated from engineering college, basically chemical engineer. And I worked in the software sector, but I moved to academics. I went on to do a PhD in comparative politics, and then worked in EPW. And then from there I moved on to the Hindu. I started off as an editor and op-ed page editor, and I've been anchoring different teams now that include the data team, the explanatory journalism team, and the opinion team as well. Besides that, I also help in curating deep dive ebooks. There's a reason why I brought all this into the fore, because there is a reason why we need to do data journalism today, and that reason is what I'll explain here. So news consumption has changed dramatically, as all of you would know. More and more consumption of news is from social media, and less is coming from print, right? So while social media has democratized news, right? Breaking news is available quickly from various sources right at your fingertips. There is also this factor of lack of gatekeeping or regulation. So you have unfiltered news, lack of context, and so on. And user preferences have changed. So in this milieu, how does a legacy institution like the Hindu or any print publication survive when less and less people are, low number of readers are reading this? We think we can survive by actually providing context. You have breaking news, people are informed, but are they getting knowledge out of it? So that's where we think we come in. And we think that by providing context, because we looked at property price data as a proxy for every locality, and then we looked at polling booth data. And we mixed and matched this to information at very granular level to show that the people who are voting for the BJP were largely from the upper class segments, and people who are voting for the DMK were largely from the middle and the lower class segments. And this pattern was holding true for almost every part of Chennai, which told us that caste was not that much of a determinant as much as class. Anyway. So yeah, quickly. Apart from this, we have done quite a few online stories as well. We have noticed that in the online medium, people look for interactivity, and this story, for example, was an interactive that we did on breaking down Lok Sabha results over three elections, looking at vote shares and having several filters. right? So you could look for who's running in, reserve seats for SCs, STs, general, and so on. You can break it down by region. You can look at state-wise data. You can look at urban clusters and so on. This is something we do. We try to engage our online leaders to come and visit our site more, and therefore we use this. Yeah, quickly, I think we are given even enough examples. I'll just go on to. Yeah, since most of you are journalists here, I don't want to harp on the tools that we use, but okay, quickly. So, what are the patterns of in the way we are doing data journalism today? Previously, we used to simply look at numbers to supplement stories, but now we have gone ahead to actually find insights from those numbers and then come up with stories. And as I said, doing periodic stories and analysis has led to accumulative knowledge and expertise, and helps us to quickly deliver on some public policy issue if it is happening quickly. That said, we are still far behind print organizations like the New York Times, which have graduated into digital behemoths. They have more dedicated resources for digital storytelling, which we don't have. Then what are the challenges to data journalism? Of course, reduced readership of print means that all the effort that we put on print is of little consequence. So we have to delve more into digital journalism. There are revenue model issues that print institutions face. I don't want to dwell more on it. But some of the points that Rukmini made, I just wanted to highlight them as well. There is the real issue of government apathy in releasing important databases and important at the right time. So that's an issue. And of course, the more key issues is actually data journalism changing minds, or actually we are only catering to an echo chamber. That's something I'm asking myself. Again, what do we do for the future? We need to evolve into more digital publishers, with print becoming a best of digital edition. And we need to reorient our journalist core to do that. Thankfully, because of GenAI, some of the things we did, I showed you, like the interactive that we did was entirely done with GenAI. So I did this without any coding knowledge. I just used prompts to get that done. So some things are much easily possible now, but we need to do more of that. So to conclude, data journalism has evolved and become a core product of legacy media output. It of course increases credibility and informativeness, and the methods that we use are part and parcel of good journalism. And thankfully, GenAI tools have made interactive and complicated tasks much easier. Thanks. Take questions.
Such a rich field that, so we don't have time for questions, but you can catch Srinivasa around campus and ask him any doubts that you have. If you've had any eureka moments while you were listening to the talk, that there's so much, and there's something that you would like to share, we do have flash talks at 12:15. You can go to the registration desk and sign up for them till 11:30. For technical difficulties. It's not working. Now that I'm up here, I'll also abuse my MC powers. And so there is, at the back of your notebooks, I saw some of you checking it out, there is a data trail. So if you don't know how to talk to other people, if there are some interesting things you see around the conference, look at the last page. There's a postcard there, which has been designed to get you to interact with other people. You can go to the sponsor booths and collect stamps. Once you go talk to them, they will give you a stamp, and you can create this whole stamp together. So take a look at that when you're around. The last talk, there's like so much going on with data, whether it's database in print or in digital dashboards. There's doubts, there's chaos, it's a part of the workflow. Just like a lack of data is a problem, too much data can also be a problem. Sometimes I feel like we're like Goldilocks, not enough data, too much data, never just the right amount of data. But DataViz can help make sense of these troves of data and lead to actionable insights at companies, as I'm sure a lot of you also do. Our next talk is by our platinum sponsor, Nutanix. Here to share the tricks of the trade is UX designer at Nutanix, Hardik Chandrahas.
No, I'm good. Just a second. Yeah. Hello. You can hear me, right? All right. Just a second. All right. Good morning and hello, everyone. We've had a wonderful start to the day with some very rich talks on how data is being used in journalism. This is okay. On how data is being used in journalism. And I'm going to take a slightly different approach to this and largely talk about how what the work we do at Nutanix and how we try to bring up the practice of visualizations in that. So firstly, let me try setting up some premise about myself and the kind of work we do. So hello everyone. As you've already known, I am Hardik Chandrahas. I work as a designer at Nutanix. For the recent past, I've been involved in designing experiences for the cloud infrastructure world, tackling challenges that deal with large scale of data, require optimized performance on solutions, and all this with super complex, involved, and integrated workflows. While this looks and sounds complex or slightly involved, the story is slightly different on how we've done this as a practice. In today's talk, I'll shed light on how visualizations help navigate this chaos and how, as a discipline, it needs to be nurtured to grow optimally. But first, what is this term Nutanix that we are seeing? Nutanix, consider it as a cloud infrastructure provider, helps IT teams manage their setup. That is largely their clusters, hosts, basically your machines on which you run your applications, your web applications, your products, etc. And we focus on designing experiences which range from sizing your requirements, getting an estimate on how big your cluster should be, to even configuring them, deploying them, and then once deployed, you have to monitor them. So that as well is what we do. I know this sounds as enterprisey as it can get, at actually a level above, but let me stress a little more on what sets this domain apart. The enterprise domain consists of workflows that integrate with a lot of other products, east and west. They operate around large volumes of data and have varied types of data. What does this lead to? Building a complex web or an array of information, and at the end, you require highly skilled folks in order to use these systems. And to add to this, something that I'm going to stress upon heavily going ahead is your engineering architecture and the implementation logic, which by the nature of the large data you have defines of how a lot of your solutions are going to be rendered. The large and varied data that we spoke of comes largely in two flavors. Consider this as a sample data set I'm showing. This is like a 1% or 1% of the scale we deal with. And one end, at level one, you have metrics generated by the system, considering your usage of resources, your performance, how fast your data is being written, what is the delay, how many operations can you do per second, what is the health, are you compliant, etc. On the other end, you have the entities themselves that generate this data. Same things, the servers, clusters, disks, your machines, your storage arrays, etc. that all generate this data. The integrated workflows that I touched upon require us to look at the relations between them in the level and also across these levels. So you're trying to diagnose from one level to the other, from one metric to the other. But why do we need this? Who's even asking for this? This comes because if you consider the journey of using our products on your server or your infrastructure, there are different points in this journey. And different user personas require different things all along. On day zero, when you're just installing your software or a software on your hardware, you might wonder, and IT admin might wonder, hey, how do I know if I've configured things correctly? One setup, on day one, they might wonder, okay, this looks good, but how do I ensure that the health is up and running? And much later, on day two, the same operations admin or say someone from the support team might say, like, I'm seeing a glitch, how do I resolve this? All good story, but how does Viz help in this? So prior to say like GUI or even like basic visualizations, users would rely largely on CLI, command line interfaces, to do all of these operations, and you would have to rely on a bunch of people and the information being shared around. Visualization acts as a tool that helps to bring order in this complexity of data and varying demand list. Now, with example, let us consider the same journey again. You have your day zero scenario when you're trying to configure something. Visualizations can help provide visual feedback as you define an entity or a workflow. On day two, when you're trying to monitor something, it provides a guided and an insightful overview, plus up-levels some key patterns and insights as well, or trends. And on day two, when you're trying to troubleshoot, it helps identify and resolve issues, aiding quicker decision making, and sometimes even helps to forecast the usage and how long you're going to last. I'll go through these buckets one by one. Let's look at the first bucket, configuration. Yeah. Day zero, configuration. It largely, as I said, it guides on configuring or defining the workflows. It provides feedback, sets expectations on your progress, errors. It also helps understand the system topology closely. Consider an example. What we are seeing a configuration workflow of something called as a load balancer, which is nothing in layman terms like a traffic cop, which is just trying to redirect your traffic and maintain the systems running fine without overloading anything. Considering it's networking, you will need a bunch of things. You would need IP addresses, you would need the port values. You'll also need to know how your internal network versus the external network exists. Visualizations help to do all of this by providing information at the right time and showing it visually as you're configuring along the way. Consider another example where you're trying to set up your object store, which is nothing but a bucket or drive to store your data. It helps to raise validation along the way, run check and say or up level, hey, some pre-checks have failed, kindly investigate before you deploy. Because in the absence of this, the system might fail. And if not here or done visually, this comes up later as an alert to the system. In yet another case, it also helps to scale from say one single entity to multiple entities architecting an entire application. It helps to see the differences and visualize the dependencies between them, which helps to understand how information is flowing through. And lastly, it also helps to understand the sequence of a single or connected workflows like a run book or an action book of sorts. Now, once we have configured this, we also need to monitor it. In terms of monitoring, what you're trying to do is basically observe the configured state in its status or health across time. You start by giving a snapshot of the system and you provide summary and some high-level insights. So the most basic examples that we've used and seen are say like some high-level dashboards that we've had, which give some top-level numbers on insights, show distribution of patterns, show points of data at current time. But apart from this, it also enables you to say dive down on a large set of data into one specific vertical. Say you're trying to dive deeper from an overview to individual pieces and analyze via filtering, grouping, or even just providing a summary on the right side. If you're not diving deep, apart from this, we also use visualizations to highlight relations and interdependencies between entities in the system, that allow you to receive insights to troubleshoot further, which, as I was saying earlier, is the next sequence in this step. So what does troubleshooting actually help you? It helps to highlight differences from a healthy state. It aids the user to diagnose issues and also draw inferences or correlation between certain metrics. So consider this system wherein I'm showing you a snapshot of how a server looks and how we are monitoring the incoming and the outgoing traffic. We've clearly highlighted what is healthy versus what is not. But going a step ahead, it also allows you to filter things going upon, highlighting the actual input points, and then guiding the user to either a distilled set of data or taking actions on their next steps. Sometimes the next steps could also stem from what is missing. For example, you're seeing a grid or an array of clusters here, wherein some of the network connections are being dropped. So by hovering, you're showing, okay, what is missing in the information here? What do you need to do next? And then you can expand to see, okay, how many other clusters have this same problem? And finally, once you try to drill down a problem, it shows you, okay, what are the categories or what are the policies that are missing and what actions can you take next. So in a way, we use visualizations to highlight the system state and then take the user to a certain defined course of action that they need to do. One of the last cases in troubleshooting is it also helps in forecasting your calculations, like estimating when my resources will run out, how long they are going to last. This helps a lot in planning your usage and your budgeting in how you want to use your setup. And also analyzing, say, over a time period scale of how exactly my resources are being used and when has an issue arisen. So correlation also is something that we enable our admins to do. Now that we've shown a bunch of these examples, I'll move next to the process of how we actually do this and what is the design and the development process of this. And what are basically the key highlights for us at Nutanix. Yeah. First, the most important question is to figure is Viz even needed? Like, let's not throw it at every problem at we see. You have to figure out, is Viz the best suited route for this? What is the impact derived from the solution? What happens if we don't use Viz and we use simple lists in here? And if the problem is solvable, then great, let's not use Viz. But in cases, how we do that is we try to write, say, like user stories or larger problem statements for the key problem we are trying to solve. And from that, then evaluate key tasks and needs and highlight what are the key information points that we need. And based on certain actionable points, we decide, okay, this is something that visualization can clearly help with. Once we have that, we try to get all possible range of metrics, variables, and their possible range of data values. So unlike your regular data analysis or visualization, we need not necessarily start from a full-fledged data set at the beginning, but we can start by knowing what is the possible range of values. This helps to set up how much the system can stretch and where will it break. This is something that I'll stretch upon going ahead. Next up, you start iterating it piece by seeing how each of these charts are trying to communicate what was the largest story. And also you try to, say, build and review these things with engineering. But now you're trying to get a sense of what is the larger frame trying to do, how will the user's course of action look like. And more importantly, as I said, this is when we start to get involved with engineering because a lot of these things are going to get shot down because they're either not performant or they require multiple calculations to be done, and that would increase latency to the user. So how do we go about navigating those? First things is to get an idea of the scale or start testing these things on the scale you're working. One of the things that we do here is to look at, say, like the adoption data or the telemetry data that we have and get a sense of what is the distribution of customers or their setups according to whatever problem you're solving, say like the number of clusters that you have. Your visualization needs to hold differently on each of these points, and you could use intelligently design principles to do that. We consult heavily with engineering on their API model as it influences many decisions on failures that I'm going to talk about and even other performance implications. As you see, how we've highlighted or I've tried to highlight cases when you have say one cluster to many, to 9 to 20 and even beyond when you have say like triple digit number of entities. And all this, yes, requires co-building with engineering because your APIs also need to follow the same order of how successively you are going to call them. And what do we learn from these engineering discussions? One of the key things is say like how is the data structured today? Is it a single table or are there multiple tables? Because if it's a multiple table and you try to call all of them together, it might bring about a lot of latency. So you show like a trend first and then you deep dive later. Next up, how do you tackle successful versus failed call versus data that is already available versus what you need to derive. In case something fails, we need to give some feedback and provide on how it is done or handled actively and what can the user do next. In these cases, either retry or file a support ticket. Moving forth, while we are talking about like how your data is structured, we also talk about now how is the data fetched. If your larger pane has single or multiple charts, you might see multiple loading bars behaving independently. Or if you're fetching large number of data points, your engineering might get back to say, hey, this is not possible in one go. You'll need to batch this. So in those cases, what we try to do is experience-wise, can we handle this? Just a second. I'll need to move. Yeah, I'll play. Yeah. So in these cases, as you see, we'll try to load them in batches at the same time giving the skeleton loading experience to give feedback on how many of them are done versus how many more do I need to keep doing. This at least sets the expectation that the system is not glitching and you're seeing things step by step at once. Moving forth, once you have developed, now you need to start assessing what you have developed. Is it at least on the right track or not? So to start off with, we start doing some qualitative surveys with people, understanding of what their sense is, how they're responding to it, and we try to then derive what our next steps of evolution should be on this. Once released, it's quite straightforward, wherein we dive deep into telemetry data and also try to look around what is the adoption around it, how are users interacting with it. The idea here is that your whatever viz or analysis skills that you applied so far would also help you here to analyze and visualize how the feature has been adopted and how, say, like the user has been interacting with it. All good so far. Sounds like a very nice linear story that all of us wish. But in mid to large organizations in enterprise, you often have a plethora of forces beyond your control that can impact you on a second order basis. Something that you didn't even imagine might end up completely derailing what you're working on. Changing org priorities could lead to, say, certain pivots in your direction. So how do you nurture Viz in those conditions? Let's look at what the org needs and how Viz can get around doing it. See, the emphasis of the org would be to get things out first, improve later, at something that happens in very large scale or even mid-sized companies is ship something just right and improve later. With Viz, the right bucket is just wider because your Viz has more chances of failing across the kind of setups that people have. So Viz ends up facing scope cut. There is a preference for features with higher impact, and visualizations require higher investment because it has wider needs and requires stronger stakeholder buy-in because it takes time and effort to build that. How do you tackle this? You build with stakeholders, with your engineering and PM, keeping them involved in every step. But more importantly, you learn to prioritize and pitch things in phases. It is one thing to design something blue sky, but you should be able to trace it back to where you are today, break it down into phases, and then work towards it incrementally so that your solution keeps holding true at each point. Next, every business wants to maintain stance with its competitive offerings. In terms of Viz, this is quite straightforward. You could do competitive analysis by evaluating how your competitors are doing and how are they using Viz to solve their problems. Helps to build a very direct case. But more importantly, it becomes difficult to figure time for Viz amidst all of this regular work. Because your bandwidth and your priorities would always be on, say, the key features that you need to deliver. How do you tackle this is whatever learnings you have so far from previous efforts, from competitive studies, you evangelize the findings and the value with your senior leadership, your management, and say like your heads of departments. You, more importantly, try to componentize patterns, build a library of sorts as much as you can do, so that if anyone else wants to try and build doing this, they have a path to follow and they can try to quickly implement rather than trying to reinvent the wheel again. When I joined this team, my company Nutanix around 4 to 5 years ago, after my master's in information design, data visualization from college, little did I expect it would be such an impactful and insightful journey going ahead. My journey in college was largely inspired by some of the talks that you saw in the first half, just the 2 talks before me, wherein I drew inspiration from print and interactive viz media and journalism. And I would do visualizations based off on a story or trying to figure a small series of questions. It ended up being completely different, but interesting in many ways. It started off with designing smaller individual charts, which soon grew to addressing large scales of data, wherein you're trying to work around engineering implementations on a solution, figuring out what will go, what will not go. First things that you hear when you're trying to work in a large org, because in college you end up doing everything from scratch by yourself and there is no for an answer there. It ended up even going into, say, analyzing adoption data that I spoke about and evangelizing the need for Viz amongst in the company and outside. I would say it's been an enriching experience for me all around. And I hope this campfire, which we are all here for today, continues to stay lit in the years to come by for all of us, for me, and even at work for Nutanix. And yeah, that's all, folks. Thanks for being a patient audience, and do come over to our booth. We are on the first floor, right outside the exit. And you can come chat with us, get to know more from our wider design team who's here today from Nutanix. Yeah.
We have time for a few questions. Does anyone have any questions for them?
Correct. Oh, yes, yes. That's a very common scenario. Like the senior leader has a vision of what they want the visualization because they're looking at from the perspective of a pitch deck. They're looking at from the perspective of a demo. But the actual thing that works for the user might be completely different. So in these cases, while even I have started on that route by building what, say, the exec wants, what we try to do is as we are building it, we try to evaluate as widely as possible with our set of, say, support folks who interact with customers or with customers themselves and try to build a case of if this is on the right track or not. And if, say, the pursuit still goes on, we still want for the demo, then we say agree to disagree to do a demo version versus something that goes in the product. So that's like a fine line to thread, but yeah, that is one way you can take.
Anyone else? Yeah, there at the back. We can bring the mic to you, but you can say, maybe I can repeat the question. Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah. Okay, I'll repeat it for the wider audience. He asked, when we are doing visualizations, what sort of prototyping tools are we using? So, largely, my journey stretches over a couple of tools. I'll try to, say, start with Sheets or Excel or something, wherein I'm trying to just get a sense of the scale of the data and sometimes even do a mock data set just to test my thing. Then you start by making some high-level prototypes on Figma itself to get a sense. And if need be, we also venture into observable. But that's largely with, say, the UI developers, wherein observable for folks who don't know, is a UI library that's pretty nice and easy to use, and you can plug in your data set, or you can try to figure out specific visualization library parts that you're trying to work on. So that is something we have done as well. Yeah.
Anyone else? Cool. I had a question actually.
Sure.
I was very curious. I wrote it down somewhere. Yeah. Is there a I remember you mentioning that you have to decide what kind of Viz works for a particular situation and does the Viz even work. What were instances where data was not a solution and you had to actually step back from it and present the information in some other way?
Yeah, that happens on a fair bit of occasions. Say if, like, while we say visualizations help in, say, monitoring cases, but in some senses, if you're not reaching the scale that you're expecting, a simple list works. Or if you're trying to configure something that is not super convoluted, a simple form or a simple wizard could also work. So those are situations where we say started off with Viz, but we had to soon supplement or even replace the Viz that we designed with. So yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
All right.
We are also out of time. Thank you so
Okay.
much, Hardik.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Great. We had 3 incredible talks at the start of this day. Now we are going to break into tea. We have this half an hour tea break. Before all of you get into tea, couple of important announcements. Like Prakriti mentioned earlier, I'm pretty sure a lot of you have so many ideas just listening to these amazing talks today. If you want to give a small 5-minute talk yourself, in Seminar Hall 1, 12:15, we are starting flash talks. The registrations are open right now. You can go submit your idea. There will be 5 talks there in Seminar 1. You can share whatever idea you have as long as you don't sell us your product. Yeah, we are very open to it. Another thing, like Hardik mentioned, him and all the other speakers will be there in the speaker lounge. The entire Nutanix team will be there on the first floor. Please go meet them. Ask your questions, anything you might have. And finally, we have a bunch of amazing interactive installations around the campus, both on the ground floor and the first floor. Enjoy them, have your tea and coffee, have some water first so you don't get dehydrated, and we'll see you at 11:30. Thank you.
doesn't work on these screens. Oh yeah, actually, yeah, that's true. Okay, I think it's on. Yeah. Okay, we're all set, right? Thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
Hello, hello, test, test. It's hard to know if, okay. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, I think this is better. Yeah, thanks.
Hello. Hello. Did everyone have a good tea break? Met people you saw online? We'll just be starting, waiting for some more people to trickle back in. If you have friends, please call them back. Okay, we're gonna start with the after tea lineup. Show of hands, how many people here have birthdays after July 1st? Raise your hands. So I'm sorry to tell you, we're not special folks. Most of India has their birthdays after July 1st in the second half of the year. It has something to do with temperature. I don't know what. 3 facts. Public health data is rich, it's underutilized, and it's undervisualized. Here to reveal the patterns hidden in our birth is Assistant Professor at IIT Bombay, Saket Chaudhary.
Okay, sure, should be good now. So thank you, Prakriti, for the introduction, and thank you for stealing my question about that I was going to begin my talk with. So I run a research group at IIT Bombay where my focus is on understanding why diseases happen. And the ACTG or the ATCG, however you want to sort of call it, the order doesn't matter. What it tells you about is these are 4 bases that shape up your DNA. This is your genome, this is your DNA, which is made up of these 4 different bases. And in biology, these 4 bases have a very special meaning, which we don't have to worry about for the part of this talk. What we have to take into account for this particular talk is, again, ACTGs, but these ACTG will mean anomalies, trajectories, correlations, and geographies. I started my research group 1 year back, and before that, I spent 9.5 years in the US researching the biology of ACTGs. In this process, as I was starting to come back, I started to question my decision, and I started to realize I have an existential crisis because I was moving back to India, but actually did not know much about India. I did not know, for example, where I came from. I did not know where my ancestors came from. I did not know what language they spoke. Developments in this field of genomics, which is what my main area of research is, helped me understand this question. I did a genetic test which would tell me that I'm a North Indian, I come from Bihar, which are all true, nothing new information there. But somehow, even after doing this kind of genetic testing, the information still felt incomplete. And the reason it felt incomplete is even though it told me where I actually came from, it did not actually tell me what is that process really like. What is the blueprint of how births in India happen? To answer this question, I went down a rabbit hole of understanding how births happen in India. And my goal for this talk is to be able to take you through that journey in which I discovered how births happen, how has it changed in the last 15 years, again, thanks to public data that we have access to, and what does the future look like. Broadly, what we know is 25 million births are registered in the country as of the latest data, 22. And around 53% of this is still male population. So these are actual births that are happening that are getting registered. I was born in Bihar, and I had a home delivery, right? So I was delivered at home. The deliveries that happen at home have become become a thing of the past. While the number of deliveries that used to happen in India in 2008 were around 30%, this number has been brought down to almost 3%, less than 3%. Only less than 3% of the births now happen in homes, which essentially means that most of the births are happening in institutions, which could be public or could be private. Right now, from the latest data, what it appears to be is most of the births are still happening in public institutions, but the private sector is really catching up. The gap between the public versus the private sector births is decreasing as we go along this trajectory of births that happen. If you focus again on just births that happen, half of the births that happen in private hospitals are C-sections, whereas this number stands to be around 15% in public hospitals. So 1 in every 6 child that is born in a public hospital will be born out of a C-section, but that number is as high as 1 in every 2 births that happen in private hospitals. And there's an interesting pattern here, which I will just touch upon in just a bit. But before I do that, it's also interesting to look at the north, south, and the east-west divide that you see just in the term of C-sections that happen. For example, if you look at just focus on the public births that are happening, South Indian states seem to have more percentage of births that are delivered through C-sections. Whereas if you focus on the private hospitals, it's the East states which have slightly higher percentage of births that are being delivered through C-sections. One key pattern that you would have probably caught up to is this pattern of births. So what I'm plotting here on the y-axis is the total number of live births, and on the x-axis is time. This is for 2 years worth of data. And you can clearly see there's an increasing and a decreasing pattern, which keeps repeating as you go along. Like this pattern keeps emerging again and again, again and again, and again and again. And there is no way this kind of data, one factor could be this is being sort of somehow being fudged, or this is public data, so there is something going wrong. But I don't believe that is to be the case, and my talk hopefully will convince you why that is not the case. I can take the same information and I can visualize this in the form of a heat map, which is what you're seeing, for example, here. What I have done is I have looked at percentage of births that happen in each month, so that the columns for each of these columns will sum up to 100. 46% of the births happen in the first half, and 54% of the births happen in the second half. So there is an 8% difference, and this is not just 8% difference, but it is also statistically significant. Again, something that you see again and again, again and again. We can reverse this a bit, right? I'm showing you the births data. I can reverse this 9 months, assuming most births happen within 9 months, and we can look at how conceptions happen. And most conceptions happen within the month of November, December, January, and February. And the natural question to ask is, what is really going on? What is driving the seasonality of births or conceptions? And there are multiple ways to think about it, right? The first idea that probably you could think about is India, most of the data probably could be coming from rural locations. There is agricultural cycle that exists there, more hard work involved in the fields, makes your life difficult once you come back home and you don't want to do anything. It could be availability of contraceptives. Maybe there is a supply gap or there's a demand-supply mismatch in terms of how many contraceptives are available. It could be cultural practices. Wedding seasons happen to boom around the same time. Or it could be weather conditions. Let's focus on agricultural cycles. And agricultural cycles are primarily your Rabi, your Kharif, and your Zaid costs. And the harvesting happens around from March to June and September to November for these different seasons. So January and February are relatively free. So it's possible, these could be driving the conceptions. However, the reason this is not true, or the reason this is not a full-on explanation, is because we do see this pattern of cyclic births happening also in the urban locations, where there's no reason to believe that these agricultural practices are more omnipresent as compared to commercial practices, for example. even in urban locations, we see more number of births happening in the second half as compared to the first half. And this heat map will not go unnoticed, trying to figure out what happened in 2020. So the final numbers tally up pretty well, but there's a huge mismatch in terms of what happened in the rural to the urban logging of births data. But I'll not talk about it for this talk. So I've ruled out, and hopefully you're convinced, that agricultural practices are not, or agricultural cycle is not enough to show what is really going on. We can talk about availability of contraceptives, and this is also was an interesting sort of plot here. If I look at the contraceptive pills, these are becoming, they're gaining popularity. So this is being logged through a public and a private system as to how many number of pills are being given out every month. And you can see there's an increasing pattern over the last few years as the number of contraceptives that are being consumed. And this number, on an average, there are 2 million births happening every month. The number of pills that are being consumed are of the same order, if not more. If you focus, however, on condoms, the condom distribution is much higher. There is 10x higher than the number of births, and there's also a huge there's a decline in the last few years in terms of number of condoms being distributed. So if you focus and if you zoom in here, right, one particular pattern will appear to come up here. So I will revise, I'll refresh your memory to say that this is what the conception maps look like. I can draw analogous versions of the conception of the contraceptive and the condom plots in terms of how they are distributed. And you will see that the lack of conceptions in July probably is explainable by the excessive number of contraceptive pills or the excessive number of condoms which are being distributed during the month of July. Whether it is data issue, whether it's biological issue or a supply gap issue, that is something which is hard to figure out, but there is definitely one explanation. Okay, so while it explains the lack of conceptions in July, it doesn't actually help us capture what is really going on in terms of the pattern. The next question that you can then ask is, again, I will revise your memory again. This is what the conception looks like. And the first thing that you notice is it starts to rise up during November and December. If I focus on November and December, the first idea that comes to mind is this must be the wedding season in India, right? So this is a newly wed couples, and the first births are what is being logged off. However, if you focus on this idea that winter weddings are actually very common, they're actually not common. At least that's what the survey data tells us. If you look at the National Family Health Survey data, May is the most popular month of marriages and not November or December. And this reproduces, again, across different states. Okay, so it's not even the winter weddings. So what is really going on? It must be the weather then, right? If I focus and I distribute this data in terms of the seasons, winter, autumn, summer, and monsoon, the x-axis here shows the mean temperature, and the y-axis shows the mean number of conceptions. Lesser number of conceptions happen in monsoon as compared to winter, followed by autumn and summer. There's definitely a pattern here, which is something which you cannot ignore. But this is clubbed into granular categories, which doesn't give you the full picture. If this is indeed true, if this stickiness of the weather is preventing people to actually come together, we should be able to see this. We should be able to see this irrespective of at the state level. So if I blow this data up at the state level, where I'm again plotting the x-axis as the mean temperature and the y-axis is the percentage of conceptions, the line here for each of this plot indicates there's a tight correlation or an anti-correlation between the number of conceptions that are happening versus the temperature. And this is true for states like Bihar, where there is a wide range of temperature. It's also true for Kerala, which is primarily tropical. Like you can see this very straight line. Right? So it seems from this data, there is, weather is one factor which is not rulable out in terms of what is driving the conception patterns. We are not alone, actually. We see similar patterns in Philippines, our neighbor. We also see similar-ish patterns in Spain happening in the last few years, where the temperature, where the births have now shifted to more of a winter cycle. Okay, as India is warming up, we will, what happens to our birth cycle? We cannot perform any causal analysis of what temperature effect will have on births. The temperatures are increasing all across states. We cannot perform a causal analysis, but we can go back and see what effect it has by doing a very simple question analysis, which is to ask a statistical model that if you see a temperature anomaly in the observed data, does it lead to lesser number of births at some point? What we observe is if there's a temperature increase, it leads to lesser births 9 months later on. And you see this again across months. Particularly as the warmer months get even more warmer, the number of births that happen 9 months after decrease. Okay. Just one final slide about where are we headed. So the still births that happen in India have truly declined all the way from 3% to below 1%. But what has happened is the preterm births, which is births that happen before 9 months of pregnancy, have actually increased. And this is a constant increase that is happening across different states. There are certain states which have not shown this kind of rise, but there are states like West Bengal and including our national capital where the preterm births are on a rise. Okay, so I'll stop here. I want to thank the VizChitra team, particularly Arpit and Siddharth, who spent a lot of time with me refining this talk, and I'm happy to take any questions if there's time. Thank you.
So if you want to catch Saket, he is around. Please take your questions to him. I've had a lot of joy talking to him over the last 2-3 weeks about this. And I just, as someone who has all family birthdays in September, I can't just wait to go back home and be like, see what's happening, and it's fun. Thank you, Saket. Thank you so much. Yeah. Before we move on to the next talk, a small announcement. We have 3 flash talks we have selected that are going to start at 12:15 in Seminar Hall 1. The first is The Art of Multi-Threading by Anand Chittipotu from String Art Studio. The second is The Business of IPL by Sumanto Sen from Reuters. The third is Visualizing Community Health by Purori Sahe Rahul from FOSS United. So if you want to catch any of them, please do that at 12:15. Cool. Moving from public health to health and using it for R&D purposes, for clinical development purposes, is coming on stage talking about, my band, is coming on stage our gold sponsor for VizChitra today, the Eli Lilly and Company, and I would like to invite Senior Advisor and Head of Visual Analytics Lab, Aditya Pandey, to talk about it. Yeah.
Oh boy, Rukmini wasn't wrong. This is really hard. Okay. Hi folks, I'm Aditya Pandey. I am leading the data visualization team at Lilly. So I'm actually going to start with a quick story. This was 10 years back when I just started my journey in the professional field, and my boss comes up to me and asks me, hey, can you use a clustering algorithm on this data set and give me the results? I tried to understand it. I applied an out-of-the-box algorithm, but when I looked at the results, I realized that it doesn't make sense to me. So what I did was, back then I didn't know data visualization was a field. I just saw some blog posts. I created a clustering visualization, and one quick feature that I had was people could just hover over points and see what was the data behind it. And I showed it to my manager. He told me that, oh, this is a simplified way of looking at the clustering's results. That point of time, and I think 13 years now, I've worked at several companies. I've done a PhD. The essence of data visualization hasn't changed. It's still the same. I'm trying to solve, by simplifying the data representation, I'm trying to solve a business problem. But at Lilly, we're doing the same thing and also trying to look the next step. What is the next step in visualization? What is the next step in visualization in biopharmaceutical industry? So I got some pushback that, oh, should we show this slide from the organizers? But I was having a conversation with my friend a few weeks ago, and he thought Lilly was a flower-selling company in the United States. So I thought this slide was kind of important to introduce who we are. We are a global pharmaceutical company, and the thing that I want to catch your attention to is we have approximately 11,000 people who are engaged in R&D. Why do we have so many people? Because we have a very complex R&D process. We start from early research for drug discovery. Once we identify the right drug molecules, that goes through a complex clinical trials, then it goes to the FDA or other regulatory agencies, and then finally it's into the approval stage, and then it's marketed and sold to the patients. But why am I telling you all this? I know you're not interested in this, but I guess you're interested in this question, this where do we need Viz in pharma, right? I think this is an important question that everyone wants to know an answer to. So I'll just give you a few use cases that we've been dealing with before we go into the fun visualization parts. So when in the early stages, we have to do a lot of like interactive analysis to understand what's going on, what's the data, so that our scientists can identify, formulate hypotheses, and push things towards our clinical trials. Our clinical trials are an important stage where we want to communicate our results to a large variation of audiences, including executives to actual patients. And finally, once we are out there, the drug's out there, we want to understand how it's doing, and we want to keep on monitoring it and understand it better. So essentially, the answer is that visualization is a critical and enabler at every stage of our R&D process. Hello, I don't think this, okay. So how is Lilly, or how is data visualization team at Lilly helping our R&D process? We're essentially working on 3 types of problems. One of the problems is how can we create custom and bespoke visualizations, including custom visualizations, infographics, storytelling, video storytelling. And my colleague Khushbu will give you an example of a work that we have done in the past. We're also building interactive tools and systems because these are super important when it comes to data that is more rich, that is scientific, and we want to do more exploratory analysis. We want to formulate hypotheses with it. But the thing that I'm most excited about is how could we take the next step? And I think, in my opinion, the next step is to think about how Viz, or visualization, can help AI. I think we are doing so much work in AI, but the explainability, the transparency of the models or the results is still not out there yet. We're still really working and struggling to find the right ways to do that. But also, we should think about how AI can help visualization tools. I think we have a large audience. We are all coming from diverse backgrounds, and as visualization designers, as experts, we have some sort of a responsibility to make sure that these tools could go to the right people with least resistance. So I'm going to now hand over to Khushbu to talk a little bit about some of our work that she has done with Lilly.
Thank you, Arthur. Hello, everyone. So I think most of us love neat and clean bar charts because they are very super easy to understand and interpret the data points and compare the various data points across our data. But there is also a limitation to the usage of bar charts when it comes to dealing with large and complex data sets. So I'll be showing, with the help of an example, how we can rethink our entire design process to create data visualizations which can simplify our communication. So over here, you can see like there is a data visualization which basically has 4 different bar charts. And as a user, I want to basically do a drug comparison between 2 drugs, drug A and drug B, and compare their performance over a period of time. And here, the 4 bar charts represent data across 4 different body regions, across 4 different score values. So now, here if you want to interpret like which drug is performing better, then you will need to analyze all of the 4 bar charts, then compare all of the 4 score values across each of the body region, and then you need to come up with a final decision. So you might get more engaged, and you might end up spending more time than expected to reach out to your final decision. So with the help of little bit of redesigning, we created few ideations, and we created new data visualizations to create narratives which are easy to understand and which can essentially help the users to reach to their decision faster. So this is the first ideation that we came up with. We switched over from the traditional bar charts to the dumbbell plots that you see over here. So we have segregated the charts for the 4 body regions, and here you can see like in the blue color is the drug A, and in the red color is the drug B. So essentially the drug which has a lower score value is performing better. So if you look at any of the body regions, you can see and make out like the drug A is performing better when compared with drug B. we decided to further ideate it and keep the data visualization more simple and easy to understand. So what we did next is we created another data visualization, and here we have segregated and brought together all of the body regions inside a single data visualization. So we created a single score scale on the vertical axis that you see over here. So you can easily look at a single glance that we have all of the 4 body regions with all of the 4 score values. And if you just look at this visual, you can easily take your final decision and compare like which drug is performing better. So now, if we do a before and after comparison, so this was the initial abstract that we had, which had 4 different bar charts. And then later we did this data visualization, which has everything at a single place. So now if I ask you, and if I ask you like which data visualization gives you rapid insights to the data, then I think you know the answer, it is drug A. So with that, I will hand over to my colleague Deepak.
Thank you, Kushbu. All right. Hi, my name is Deepak. I work as a senior principal scientist at Lilly, and I have over 15 years of experience just in data visualization. In 2010, I started leading a data visualization team at Analytics Quotient, which was later acquired by Kantar. So today I'm going to talk about a visualization we did for atopic dermatitis. Atopic dermatitis means skin disease basically, and as Aditya explained, Lilly does a lot of clinical trials to see the efficacy of drugs. And before publishing these clinical trials, they come to us, where we can visualize this data and show in a more presentable way to the public. And this is one interesting case which I'm going to present, where instead of the results, they started appreciating the visualization itself, because that was a kind of eureka moment for atopic dermatitis community, because they thought they were seeing the results in a different look for the first time. So I'll just take a minute to talk about Easy Score. Easy Score is a tool used by dermatologists when they do assessment of skin disease. And this score ranges from 0 to 70 basically. So if it is like more the score, the severity is the disease as such. Like 50 is like severe skin disease as such. And this is how they used to represent earlier. Whenever there was a clinical trials and they used to publish the results, they used to show it in bar charts or tables as such. So this is just one part of the whole, one particular body region. They are showing, comparing trial drug with placebo. Trial drug is red color, placebo is blue color over a period of time. And imagine that they have to do it for 4 different body regions into 4 different signs, and that would be like 16 charts. So you need to look at 16 charts to get a comprehensive view of how the drug is working or what is the efficacy of the drug, right? Oh, sorry. Okay, this is the visualization we developed, and here we called it Skin App basically. So what we have done is instead of bar charts, we replaced with body contours. So we custom developed it, and just to explain what is happening, we have divided chart into 2 parts. So the right hand side talks about the trial drug, and the left hand side talk about the placebo. And from the center, that is baseline. Baseline means week 0, when they start giving drug to patient. Towards the end of each corner, that is week 16, we are plotting these body contours in each of these weeks, covering all the 4 body regions and showing the severity by the color scale, or larger the color and deeper the red, that means more severity as such. So just by looking at it, we'll get an understanding like, okay, the trial drug is doing better than placebo, because it is more red at the start, but it is going towards a light color, or less severity towards the end. So this kind of representation, the community appreciated a lot, and in fact, we also published a paper on this, telling how this is a novel representation in the field of atopic dermatitis, and how it has helped patients as well as doctors to tell the results in a better way. So with this, I'm going to hand it over to Aditya.
Well, thank you both. Now I'm going to move on and talk about what I envision as the future for visualization in pharmaceutical field, but also more general, I think. The two things that I want to touch upon is how could AI be useful for Viz, and what could Viz do for AI? So I think we are at a stage where we are very privileged that we have the opportunity to study formally data visualization, use these skills to formulate great graphics, communicate our points, but the broader community doesn't really have those things available. So maybe it's our responsibility to think about how we could put intelligent tools that could help people create effective visualizations with minimum resistance. Small things like smart recommendations for the chart selection, layout, and data mapping, these things, if they can be automated, they can really simplify from data to insight generation process for our users or for our visualization creators. I want to just plug in a personal work because I feel like if I'm talking about something, I need to show something. That's my visual nature. So this was a work that I did with Tableau Research. So this was a tool that I built, which is a dashboard recommendation system. So essentially, there's a lot of visual recommendation systems that you can ask a question, put a data set, and then it'll give you a chart. But recommending dashboards is still a very complex problem. As many of us know, dashboard composition is fairly integrate and has a lot of different components working together. So we created this research prototype, which was able to recommend a dashboard view, set of dashboard views to our end users, and they could then edit and modify it based on their use case. So I'm going to play a quick video just to give you a feel of what it looked like. So the tool is called Medley, and in Medley, when people come, then when their data set is loaded, we have a set of default recommendations. So when they click on the set of default recommendations, they get not just single views, but they get a collection of views, which are trying to solve a particular purpose. And then the users can filter views based on intents. Intents are just ways of figuring out what users want to create or communicate with their dashboard. And then they can use the data input to classify the data sets or the visualizations they need. As you can see here, I'm just explaining the process of how the recommendation works. We factor in the data, the intent, and then we sort of like had built these templates, which were then modified based on whatever the input of the user. And finally, we rank them to show the best dashboard views that people can include in their visualization dashboards. So in addition to this, we also created a small, simple graphical interface where people could come and edit their charts, modify it. And one really cool thing that we did was we automatically inferred interlinking between charts. So this is something that I feel is a big pain point when we're working with dashboards. So we figured this problem and allowed people to not just see that, but edit the interaction in the view. I think there's another opportunity that we have to think about as data visualization folks. Coming from a computational and science background, we see a lot of use cases where we're constantly building or applying machine learning to solve different problems, but communicating results from machine learning is still a big hassle. And we need to figure out how we can help our scientists interpret and communicate these results to their key stakeholders or to themselves as well, to understand a little bit better. And the other Achilles heel, I think, is the fact that we do not have a greater transparency into our models. So thinking about these things as a visualization community, I feel would really be important and drive the next set of research. So in that sense, I just want to give an example of the work that I did. I don't want you to figure out what's going on. The general idea is that we want to see how an algorithm learns embeddings based on a graph data set. And then the problem is that sometimes these embeddings are unfair. So we wanted to visualize that unfairness. So what you see in this chart is we're showing the network that was being used for learning the embeddings, and then the unfairness that was recorded on each node. So this way the user, the algorithm creator, has a very good idea of where their algorithm could be going wrong, and then can use that to optimize or diagnose the problems. So this is just an example or a food for taste, just so that you can get a flavor of what kind of projects can be done in the space of interpretable AI and machine learning. With that, I'm just going to move to our key takeaways, and these are something that I've gathered over a period of time working as a practitioner, now working with different kinds of industries and different kind of stakeholders and people. I still feel like when we are creating visualizations, it's still a very hard problem to solve. Designing new visualization, understanding a problem, and simplifying is very difficult. And I think what we are doing as a community is wonderful. We're trying to solve that problem every day in a new way, shape, or form. I think we should continue doing that and push that forward. One thing that I would kind of preach, looking at the problems that we're solving, that I think we should get more adept with data and engineering foundations and principles. Because our design is only going to be that useful until and unless it cannot be actually executed and put in front of the users, we won't be able to really see the value of the design. So I think sometimes it's super important for us to think about how data and engineering are going to play a role, and I think we should all kind of upskill on that. I still feel like AI plus visualization is still a very emerging and nascent field, and I think all of us has an opportunity to create some really innovative work in this space. And one of the spaces that I really wish we could do more work on is transparency and explainability of the AI. Because the reason that I'm saying this is because, as you can imagine, our daily lives are now driven by AI. We're looking at ChatGPT responses to figure out where to eat or where to plan our vacation. And I feel like if you're putting so much power in AI, we have the right to know what's going on in it. And I think as a community, we are the right people to solve that problem for them. And I just want to have a final plug for our domain. I think biopharmaceutical is an amazing domain for both design and research work. And it's a space where I think you can solve some really novel problems and have a really high impact solution, because we are working for patients. And with that, I'm just going to wrap up my talk and introduce and give a brief shout out to my team who do a lot of work to make this possible. I am available on LinkedIn, and we are also hiring. So if you feel like you could see yourself working at Lilly, please feel free to stop by our booth or reach out to me. I'd be very happy to talk with everyone if I can. But thank you so much. I really appreciate your Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to have questions.
Hey, thank you so much. It was really useful to know how big organizations are looking at this and what are the different aspects. So I come from the research field. So just wondering, how do you strike the balance between simplifying, let's say, insights around averages or trends versus the uncertainty in the scientific data? Because particularly the first example, right, when you go from the more complex one to simpler one, you are losing uncertainty. So that's one. And also, do you do any kind of research, because you're a large organization, on how people are using and perceiving this, and how does that look?
Sure. So for the first part, I think our design or our creation of visualization is driven by the audience and the question. So we do have questions where we want to portray uncertainty. For example, finance. We have to do finance projections to show how much money this company is going to make. And over there, you want to show with a fair uncertainty what could be the upper and lower limits. And in that case, we don't want to oversimplify and just show a single number. In this use case that Khushbu shared, the goal was to just very quickly see if drug A is doing that better than drug B. So in that case, it was it was important for us to trivialize that visualization. So I know this is a very beaten down answer, that it depends on the use case, but this is what we are trying to push for. And I think for the research part of the question, we have some real, so the balance part of our work is, our organization is, I would say it's a very R&D organization. Half of our work is done on researching, figuring out different ways to solve problems. So that's what we are pushing for, that's what we're driven by. The outcome, the data visualization, just an outcome of the immense research that we are doing behind these things. So even these things, even these visuals, we have to go through a very iterative process with the users, and then usually we have like some more UX interactions with them. I would also want to point out that as a big organization, we do have an advantage where we have a full design team, and actually there's some members from Lilly design team here. That's a full capability that's ready to support us to run user-centered studies, help us with our UX UI design. So we do have that support available to us, so that helps us a little bit. So those are like sort of the high-level ideas and answers for your question.
Anyone else?
So for a company at large,
Well, we are sponsoring VizChitra, so we are here. So that's one way. We try to be relevant. We try to attend conferences and congresses, not.
Within the organization, let's say a team within an organization found, let's say, some of the examples that you teach. How do you make sure that it trickles down to the larger organization?
Okay, sorry, I didn't understand that question earlier. So that's why I was trying to push for the idea of how we can build tools that are not just like, that are for the end users who can create visualization. So you can imagine if you find a right way to visualize a data set, you just don't want to keep it yourself. You want to make it more publicly available. So you can do it different ways. You can make a gallery or blog post for people to use it, or you can make a tool where people can just come plug in their data and get that visualization. So we are trying to build those tools for our broader audience, especially people who are non-experts like our scientific writers or medical communicators. So we are building those kind of tools within Lily as internal tools.
I have a question for you. So I
Yeah.
am Shipra. I am working at ThoughtSpot, and we have a similar product to you where we want to make it easy for non-scientific, non-business analysts to get data insights out of their data. And we struggle with this problem that oftentimes we design a visualization, it's very hard to get it executed exactly because data keeps moving around. So I wanted to understand your process in bridging the gap between design and engineering.
That's a difficult question to answer. I think so. For us, we want to proceed or solve this. We're trying to solve this problem systematically. So there's some visualizations which are more standard, both in terms of the visuals and in terms of the data that they support. For example, I'll just take a box plot. It is very clear that what kind of data it needs, and sometimes even a box plot visualization creation could be a challenge for our scientists or medical communicators. So those are the ones that we're trying to automate at first. For the custom bespoke visualization, we do want to support the creative process where we're not trying to constrain them based on the data. So again, as I said, it's something that we're trying to, the automation part is mostly what we're trying to do is with our more commonly used visualizations and things that have a fairly standard way of ingesting data sets. So that's the part we're trying to automate. And the other part, we just want to be more creative and have these one-off tools as well, because I think that really gets us good name in the industry, like some of the tools that we showed.
I think this was one of those talks which covers everything. We had static, visualizations, interactivity, AI. I really didn't think a pharmaceutical company was doing this much data viz, so that was interesting. In the age of 8-second attention spans, I think they got a lot in. Allegedly, our attention spans are shorter than a goldfish's, although the science on that is a little bit fishy. We need visuals that don't just grab our attention, but retain it. Here to tell us how to make intuitive, effective, and impactful charts is data visualization developer at Reuters, Prashanto Kumar Datta.
Screen. Hello. Yeah. Okay. How many of you see just a bunch of dots or something other than a bunch of dots? Yeah. A dog. All right. Yeah. I think we have solved the problem. That's it. That's the lesson here today, guys. Now better? Right? So when parts move together, it informs our brain to perceive the entity as a whole. It was even before, but now it's better, right? The whole is other than the sum of the parts, which is a fancy way of saying that, whatever our eyes see, the mind informs us by seeing a series of things as a whole, right? Or even simpler than that, people interpret complex images as the simplest forms possible, right? So you don't see, random segmented rings or sections of a circle. You see them as interlocking rings, which is probably why the logo is good. And when you have those aha moments that, oh, okay, I see something interesting happening, right? Okay, I'll drop the big word, Gestalt. Don't worry, it's German. But in the 1920s, three German psychologists came up with a set of principles that explain like how our brain processes the things we see, and because we have an innate need to perceive things as a unified structure, as a good figure, right? Loading bar, loading circle. Yeah, we have seen this. Fun fact: nothing is moving here. This is known as the phi phenomenon, which was discovered in the 1912 by Max Wertheimer, one of those psychologists, and this marked the birth of the Gestalt principles. So he found out that when you show a series of objects in quick succession such that your brain cannot perceive them as individual elements, an apparent motion arises, which is why this works, right? Even if you're not a motion designer, you can design motion like this. Good afternoon, everyone. I am an information designer, a web developer, a data journalist, and some other stuff at work. I craft data-driven pieces that help narrate important stories visually. Over the past 7 years, I have worked on a variety of news topics ranging from Delhi's winter pollution, the Chandrayaan-2 mission, and a bunch of wars. It seems like a common thing in Europe these days. And then not all bad. Some fun stuff like the Eurovision Song Contest, the one on the on the left in the first row, column, second row, songs visualized as flowers, and other stuff like FIFA World Cup 2022. Now, over the years, I have realized the importance of some of these fundamentals. So I come from an engineering and design background, and then I realized, it's time to stop fighting and start doing something better. And these fundamentals kind of inform how, no matter what kind of data or information you handle, all of that can be made really impactful by making choices which seem intuitive, but when you make them consciously, they can have a good impact. Also, like if you are just providing feedback, design feedback to someone, you can say more than just saying, oh, the vibe feels off. The eyes have it, guys. Yeah. A bunch of dots, but a square, right? That's the first principle, the power of simplicity. We see whatever is the simplest thing to process because our brains are lazy. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Now, something interesting happens when we highlight one thing, right? You see the purple dot first, standing out in the crowd, right? So let me tell you something. When we look at any kind of image, even before we make like conscious choices about what the content is, within like less than 500 milliseconds, our eyes and brain processes something which are known as pre-attentive processing, and those things that we perceive are like the retinal or pre-attentive variables, things like size, shape, color, motion, right? So they are really useful to attract our attention. And basically, because of those things, we have all the different kinds of chart forms and visualizations that exist out there. So one example, this is a chart showing number of protests during the Israel-Palestine war. It could have been a bar chart, yes, but there are other nuances to it. For example, showing them as crowds kind of goes with the visual metaphor of each and every protest counts, and then you have dots standing out of them, which shows extra layer of information, and then you have annotations and stuff. Finally, we have a bar chart in the presentation. This shows the number of Ukraine's refugees compared to population of cities. So one reason it works out is because the highlight stands out. You may find something like this from if you get the output from any standard data viz tool out there. But one of the reasons, besides like not attracting our attention or attracting our attention to everything, it's also not factually very accurate because those are the refugee numbers, whereas the rest of them are population, right? So they are like similar but different quantities. Or you may think that, I'll put some flair to it. Don't. These are columns of dots, yeah? Why? Because things that look similar are probably together, right? Now, which one looks organized? The one on the left or the right? For the left, let's see hands. And the right? Yeah? Well, fun fact, yes, both of them are organized, but you feel the left one is more organized, or you feel they are organized much before you realize the right one is, because retinal variables, right? So when we are processing things, the important takeaway is that some of those things are more easily processed. So for example, color trumps shape. So when you see organization by color, you feel like, that's more organized. And that's how we have, heat maps where blocks of different shapes. This is showing air pollution in Delhi. And, it gives you a nice overview of which days or how prevalent something is. Other important use of colors across different shapes and sizes is probably maps. These are called choropleth maps, where different colors are assigned to different sections of the data and places are colored accordingly. This could also have been a bar chart, but one thing this does is it adds the nuance of geography to it. So you get, 2 for 1. But also a word of caution in this case is just because how we perceive mass, something that may be lost not in this context, but when designing choropleths is if you are coloring a small shape versus a large shape with the same color, which is like extremely bright, then you may give an unnecessary level of importance to something that isn't probably that way. So again, everything comes with caveats, but guys. Yeah, they're not in the same block anymore. The power of nearness. Things that are together are read together. This is an example from our COVID tracker. This is called a bee swarm plot, where basically different quantities are visualized as clusters, and the clusters give you an idea of where things are. So I mean, this is after we stopped collecting the data, but when the data was being updated live, you could see how in the countries in the Europe and the Americas, they were much towards the right, and whereas in Africa and Asia and were much. So this was literally a visualization of the ongoing vaccine race, right? Another chart, waffle chart. Yeah, we have come up with very nice names. Yeah. Yeah. So one important thing here is decisions like how much space should you assign to the space between the bars or between the two facets where you have Trump years and Biden years, and then the spacing between the labels, the hierarchy of the text. All of these things are very easy to get wrong, and when that happens, of course, like it's not very easy to read, but you have to find the sweet spot. So the idea is you have to, all those decisions that seem intuitive are conscious choices, which makes it seem effortless. The other thing about waffle charts is like you get the contrast too high or you make the spacing too wide, you get optical illusions, yeah. Draw a box, you start seeing that as it together. So now you see, even these principles can like trump one another. So before we had proximity, but now once we put a box around it, you see that as an entity despite the space in between them, right? That's the power of enclosure. This is a visualization showing how many people attended the Kumbh, the scale of the entire thing. Uh, a petal shows 10,000 people, a bunch of flowers shows 10 lakh people, and the whole thing shows the busiest day, which had like 76.4 million people. And then you draw a boundary around it and showing that, compared to that, 22.85 is the population of Delhi. The enclosure plays a very important role while making maps. There's so many lines and stuff. You have to really find out the level of detail you need because you see things, because they actually take a lot of your attention. Yeah, there's something similar happening on the left and right. That's our desire for rhythm. We try to see things balanced, symmetry. One of the use cases are charts where you have like population pyramid or polls, yes and no. So the fact that anything is skewed to one side immediately grabs your attention that, oh, it should be something different. This is also a bar chart, but it has been realigned to make it look like actually the number of nuclear reactors that are going to be operational in the next couple of decades is dying out, right? So you can take something as simple as a bar chart and do something interesting to make it stand out. Now, when we put two boxes, the symmetry becomes more obvious, right? Right. So with great power comes great responsibility, right? This is a square, right? So this is the law of closure. It's seeing things that are probably important but isn't there, just like relationships. But it helps. So one example is charts where you're trying to show the balance of trade or something like this. So while the individual lines are important, but the real takeaway here is the space between those lines, the balance of import and exports. So that's one way you can use this law to highlight different parts of a visual. Even the cat knows it. I'm not going to wait for it to sit, but They are random, but if you look closely, they kind of represent an direction, arrows. That's because our eyes want to follow the path of least resistance, right? We seek continuity, like this. This is courtesy of my colleague and friend Travis. That guy must be really tall. So even when we have a line chart, just because we can highlight things with color, you do follow the lines and can see, like even if we have line charts that have breaks, you still read them as one and see where data is missing. Continuity doesn't only apply in terms of simple, obvious shapes, but it also applies to colors, right? So this is an earthquake shake map where the gradient shows how much of a shake there was from the epicenter to the other. So when you perceive color like this, you want to read them as a continuous thing, but if the data is not continuous, the one that you have mapped, then cognitive dissonance happens, like you're seeing something, but you are supposed to see something else. And we're going to talk about color. So our famous color scale, the rainbow, Now, when we're talking about continuity, our brain perceives a continuous thing in two ways. One is the ordering of color and the ordering or color, which we mean as hue in design terms, and the lightness or the brightness of color. Now, what happens is if I rearrange that color scale by hue, as in the color scale, or the color wheel, or in terms of the lightness, you see the order is different. So you basically don't know how people are going to read it, right? And that's why such scales are problematic, which is why you have lots of different ways to visualize that. You can have color gradients of one color, multiple colors, 3 colors. You can have diverging color scales. Another problematic thing is if your data is not diverging, like temperature, it goes above and below 0. But let's say some data goes from 0 to 100 and you use a diverging scale where the data doesn't really have a midpoint. So that is also problematic, right? Okay. You see these bars of dots, at least you see the purples first, right? That's what we see when things stand out, right? The figure and ground relationship. What do you see? People, vase, nothing? Yeah, people. If you squint, you'll see that they're trying to kiss each other, but okay. So this is called a Rubin's vase, which has, you can see both of them depending on how your mind works. And this is a bistable relationship, which is good for optical illusions, but not so much for data viz, unless that's what you want to do. Simple example, a map, right? We have ground, which is colored as ground, and you read that as the main thing that you have to read on a piece of white paper. Things get interesting when you change the color. When it's in a dark mode, you can remove, and this is a story where the action is happening in the ocean. So that's what I want to be highlighted in a dark background, and that's what, flipping the figure and ground relationship, which is a very powerful tool. Talking about colors again, these are experiments by Joseph Albers from his book Interaction of Color. Now you see, why I talk about this is because the figure-ground relationship varies a lot, like the contrast varies a lot depending on both of them. So in each of those, the greens, they are the same green, but when you change the background, and same for the right, the grays and the central square is the same color. But when you change things around, how much you perceive the central color as green or gray changes. So it's all relative, guys. Example, if you're making a chart that has multiple categorical colors on a dark background, so here the red is the highlight, something that you should be alarmed about. And then there's the gray, which is closer to the background, which is probably missing data or no data or something not important. But imagine if I do that on a white background, you really don't know which is a higher value, which is something you should be, which is the figure here, right? So in that case, you probably need to switch things up, change things. The reason I bring this up is in a world where we are very fascinated by dark mode and light mode, sometimes systems automatically come with that. So your designs may have unintended variations when people are looking at it and on the end systems, and something to be conscious about. Talking about colors, the other important thing is we are not all the same, right? There's some people can have issues perceiving the contrast between red and green, perceiving blue, perceiving contrast in general, or perceiving color in general, right? So one of the most talked about things about when we talk about accessibility in design, or even like data viz design, when we're relying on colors to show some data, it really needs to stand out. So the one on the top is a normal version. The one below that is a red-green color blind version. And you see how the colors are different. So when you're designing, it's often a good idea to check your designs if they work across those things. Whatever tool you have, there are lots of online tools that you can use to check that. And a good rule of thumb is sometimes to design in grayscale, because colors you add later, and that's when it's going to work across no matter what happens. Which is why if you have too many colors, you can switch to patterns and stuff to actually distinguish. Like you can look at old designs from those black and white textbooks and see how people have done so many amazing visualizations without using one or two colors, right? Guide your viewers' attention effortlessly to what matters most using good contrast, which can be size, shape, color, simplicity, containment, highlights, and typography. So what I mean simplicity is sometimes you don't need to have long scales, long axis lines. Sometimes you can fade out your axis labels to the background using a lighter color. Sometimes you can use highlight. So adding highlight doesn't always mean adding upon highlight. Sometimes you add highlight by removing something from the background, from the ground as well, right? It's like showing how this stick is long is short by putting another longer stick next to it, right? And talking about typography, yeah. So how you decide the font sizes in your chart, how you put annotations, what colors you use in the text, all of those play a very important role in how your chart is going to be read and how fast it's going to be read accurately. And then, like all good things, must be balanced. So how do you balance a composition? You have position, weight, direction of visual elements, mathematical stuff. And then you have the weight of the perceptual forces. So you have mass, anything that looks heavy is heavy. And then you have attention. And in a composition, you can have different ways in which you can balance things. This is an example of a chart where when you position the position of annotations, the colors used, the position of labels, the hierarchy of the labels, all of these help you achieve a balance, right? Like sometimes that level of pixel pushing in the last is what makes a difference between a good chart and a very good chart. Form follows function, we have heard that in passing. If not, you hear it now. But when it comes to data viz, I like to frame it in this way. Form follows how people read and perceive. Function follows what people need to know, right? So what people need to know is a very interesting thing, like, because this also came up in a panel discussion earlier. Like sometimes we don't know who our audience is, like especially when you're doing it for journalistic purposes, right? It's everybody. So how do you account for things? So there is no user research as such, like this is my end user who's going to read it. So sometimes you have to make the decision of what people need to know from the data that you have. There can be different ways to do that. And this is an example of a simple data set. This is a project called the 100 Data Viz project, where you have a data set which is not huge. Like you may think that to have lots of variations of a visualization, you need a really huge data set, but just 2 rows and 3 columns, and these are 100 different visualization, each showing different things, right? By the way, I've put links to all of these, so you can take a look at all of these later on, so don't worry. And then the first question, how people read and perceive, that's also something we're trying to answer today, right? So rule of thumb, if it doesn't look right, it probably isn't going to be read or understood right, right? Like intuition works. And for intuition, it's important to develop taste and blah, blah, blah. If you want to hear more about this, you can go to LinkedIn. People are always talking about it. Don't create chaos in the name of creativity. Don't always depend on default output of softwares, right? Like this is almost like that Guardians of the Galaxy meme. If you know, you know. This is, okay, one thing I want to talk about, we already spoke about diverging scales. Like the same things happens, like the data is not diverging, the colors are diverging, like what is happening? This, I mean, we're not gonna talk about truncated y-axis here, that's beyond the scope of today. But what we're gonna talk about is when you put human figures on a height chart, now you measure human height from the feet to the head or vice versa, right? But if you truncate the chart, what is like, this doesn't look right, like what's happening in India, like what's wrong? Yeah, and the other thing about putting these pictograms, these icons, you cannot just scale them in one direction. So when you scale them in both directions, like the mass of the biggest icon compared to the smallest one is less. So somehow it makes you feel almost, I don't know, a lot of things. Here's another example. Again, lots of issues with this, starting from the positioning of the labels. Like the total applications is not just the orange one, it's the entire thing, right? But okay, we have learned about proximity and stuff. You see the rejection after phone interview, it's 1, right? But if I did not have any labels, could you guess like how many rejections there were? Probably more than 1, right? So what height should your chart be, right? How thick should your lines be? How big should your circles be? So that definitely doesn't look like 1, right? So these are very important decisions that can change how your chart looks. For example, if you have a bar chart where the bars are too wide, your brain doesn't process it, compare just lengths. They start comparing areas, and that's where those, blunt bar charts doesn't work. They work more as area charts, and they're not nice to look at. Another example of probably dashboards, like depending on what you want the people to see, like, line charts have their own role, area charts have their own role, but if the goal is to compare in a set, Probably the area charts give you a better comparison of which ones are, are more in quantity and less. Like one of the reasons could be the figure ground, because when you have mass against in the midst of all the lines, that does a better job of doing this. Another example, this is, so I'll tell you what's wrong with it. All in good intent, by the way. I think like none of them wanted to mislead people. So the problem is the color scale changes when the data changes, right? So if you have a dynamic dashboard where everything is automated, somehow everything looks red and also darker red. Now the thing is, we come with like preconceived notions of what colors mean, like dark red means alarming. Like if I show you light color and dark color, you'll tell me by default that darker means more value or something, right? So it fails when it's a dynamic viz, right? So gestalt principles are fairly universal because these are rooted in the way human brain is wired to perceive and interpret visual information, but they may be subject to nuances based on social, cultural, and perceptual differences. We spoke about the use of red color, we spoke about the use of, about color blindness, if people cannot even see your color, what meaning will they derive from it? And symbols, they are very, very powerful things, right? The Dalmatian example on the first slide, like if none of you had ever seen a Dalmatian, you wouldn't have been able to understand that that's a dog, right? So sometimes it may not work. Then again, the example of the flower petals as a visual metaphor to show people, right? Like that works exactly because, Kumbh is a religious festival, and then the added visual metaphor, like those could have been dots, but by adding that extra layer of visual metaphor, you humanize the data, and then that adds to the aha-ness of your, well, I should quote that, aha-ness of your database. So yeah, you should be aware of how people are going to feel about your database, right? This is an example of, again, showing migration, immigration into Europe, right? Now, when you look at these, first of all, that red is alarming, like, oh, is Europe being invaded? Those arrows, they are reminiscent of like war maps. This is by some studio, again, I have shared the link but later on. But yeah, these are, makes you feel scared. But a simple redesign by changing the color, by not using arrows, by showing dots, or maybe not even making a map in the first place, you can take out. So just the way you can add metaphors and make things more impressive, improper use of that can also create like, tap into our negative biases and connotations. So yeah, just be aware of that. So how much time do we have? Yeah, okay, perfect. So to summarize, I'll drink some water first. Things that are separate yet simply seen as a whole, when one stands out, it plays an important role. The ones alike are definitely partners in crime, even when they vary in shape, size, and prime. In nearness, mental connections are formed, as if space itself, by meaning, is warmed. When bound by a border, our attention is spun. What felt scattered, we now see them as one. Where halves unite, it speaks in a silent song. Our desire for rhythm finds peace that belongs. Even emptiness speaks louder than the noise, when the closure we seek in the void gets a voice. The threads that weave seamlessly with grace often guides our attention through time and space. Foreground and background in a delicate blend, what the eyes perceive becomes the truth in the end. Thank you. Thank you slide, because I have to put one. Also, if you scan this QR code, you're gonna get a link to all the chart examples and the stories that I've shared, and some stuff to get in touch. I'm here throughout the rest of the day, so you can come say hello or not. Thank you. Oh, questions. Oh, no questions.
Please go reach out to Prashanto and ask him any questions you might have. It's so fascinating to just look back at these principles and rethink everything again every time I see them. So, thank you, Prashanto.
Thank you so much. Don't stay hungry.
Cool. Now we are breaking for lunch, but before we do that, I know everyone's hungry. Some people are running. Please don't run. Stairs. We are going to take a group photo, and that means all of us here. Every attendee, every speaker, everyone who has volunteered and given the last 9 months to this. Please join us. You won't have to go away from your food. You are actually going towards food on terrace. We'll take the photo there first, and then you can dive into your plates. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a great lunch. Hello. Hi. Hope you all got some movement in, like I just did, and some food and good conversation. It's now time to put a spin on data to make sense of the world through hula hoops. Climate change can be a performance using programmable POE. Now, what does that mean, Prakriti? I have no idea. We're about to find out together. Here, with an intriguing show and tell, and an even more interesting designation, we have founder and chief spinner at Spinfinity, Aditi Bhatt.
Check. Hi folks, I'm Aditi, and I'm here today to put a spin on data visualization. I'm here with a couple of questions. What happens when we set data in motion? And what happens when we can feel data with our bodies? Data in motion and emotion, data visualization. So what is that? we'll get to that, we'll find out. So inspired by VizChitra's Pentagon logo. By the way, I also worked on hands of VizChitra, so if you have messy hands, that's on me. Yeah, so inspired by the logo, I've come up with 3 gestures. The first one is, I've seen it. The second one is, I've seen it, but I don't remember what it is. And the third one is, I don't remember it. So I'd like you all to just show me with your hands if you have seen this. You can also look around at other people's. I think it's very interesting because I see a lot of I've seen it. Any of these? Any of these? Ah, okay. So I think this must be a very effective visualization because either you've not seen it or you've seen it. If you see it, you remember it. So that's what. So for those of you who have not seen it, this is called the warming stripes visualization, which was created by Ed Hawkins in 2018. And it has traveled a lot of places. It has gone to concerts, transport. It's made its way to art, which is my favorite thing about it. People crochet climate stripes blankets. People have made glass pottery artifacts out of it. And that's what I think is really special about this visualization. It's accessible. You don't need a background in climate or data to sort of understand it. It engages your audience, and it starts conversations. Yeah? So coming to data visceralization, I would like us to do another activity together. So also the AC and BIC is quite strong, so this might be a good activity for us to do right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to rub our hands as the climate stripes pans. Yeah, so it goes from dark blue to dark red. So as you see the years sort of come in, you're going to start rubbing your hands faster. Yeah, so I'll play it for you. We'll all do this together. Are you all ready? Yes? Thank you. All right. 3, 2, 1. Let's start. So we also did some data sonification, which was like a surprising side effect of that. How cool. So notice the different things that happened. Your palms might have warmed up, your breath might have started. Also, you might have been holding your breath, so your breath pattern must have also been different. But this is what data visceralization is. It is feeling it in your body, with your hands, with all your emotions. And yes. So whenever I find a new word, like visceralizing, for example, just like how when you see a data viz, you like to look at the data source, I love seeing the word. I love seeing the etymology of it, how it has sort of traveled, how the meaning has changed. So visceral comes from the word visceralis, which is the plural of viscous. That means flesh in the innermost part. And around this time, the bowels were sort of regarded as a seat of emotion. So there was this sort of mind-body split that even till date governs the way that we see life. So yeah, the bowels were regarded as a seat of emotion, our heart, our guts. So we have very visceral reactions to things, and you might have heard of visceral fat as well, like the fat surrounding your internal organs. So that's where the word visceral comes from. And it essentially means affecting your inward feelings. Yeah. So it's important to note that data always, there are always people behind data. There is no raw data, there is no neutral data. It is always processed, sometimes by sensors, but often by our guts and our visceral surroundings. And then the word data itself is also very interesting. It comes from datum, which is Latin for something given. And now it's come to be something, a fact that is given or taken for granted almost. So if you challenge what is given, you can change the conversation. And that's what visceralizing data means to me. I first came across it in Lauren Klein and Catherine D'Ignazio's Data Feminism, their third chapter of Elevate Emotion Embodiment. I would highly recommend reading that chapter and that entire book. So what does visceralizing add? Usually we experience data visually, but visceralizing turns abstract numbers into sensations and experiences. Also, experiencing data this way will help you form a different kind of connection with it. That can lead to uncovering new nuances, patterns, and insights. And it sticks longer. It stays with you, it moves you to act. So on this note, I would also like to maybe take you through this amazing object, which has been a portal through which I experience the world. And it has given me a lot of different glimpses into many worlds, which is something that I'm going to take you through today. So I first saw hula hoop when I was 6 years old. I don't recall this, but my mom tells me that I saw someone hula hooping in a park, and then I asked for it. And that has caused this sort of beautiful butterfly effect in my life. Because there's no other way that this would have happened, I think. So when we were in the US at that time, and when we shifted back to India, this was a way for me to stay connected to a part of my life. So it was sort of connecting I was understanding my identity through it. And then we have, as going through puberty and all of those different changes in school, hoops helped me navigate emotions. They gave me a portal into that. So for example, if someone made me angry, I'd take the hoop on my terrace and start super angrily hula hooping and process all my anger. And just like the amount of hours I've spent learning these tricks and like just for like some extra effect, all of that, the resilience, the pride, the joy. So I experienced a variety of emotions through hula hoops. And then after, first we have the identity piece, then the emotions piece. And then something very interesting happened. I mean, before that, the not so interesting thing happened where I did engineering. And so at engineering, you will see a sort of fall like that because while I did continue to hula hoop, it sort of plateaued. It became like a side thing, still identity, emotions, all of that. But then when I started doing my master's at Srishti, something very interesting happened. I started seeing math in hula hooping. And that uncovered so many different portals for me, which I will share with you today. Math, physics, and then now it's grown into a lot of things. And through that, I'm building a program called Spinfinity, where I help kids and hopefully design students in the future experience abstract concepts through the body. This is just a small animation to show the different parts. You will see the engineering sort of tension there. And another interesting materiality that gets added to hooping is one. This also has, there are variations of this which have lights around them. I'll see if I can demonstrate that for you very quickly. So if you spin it, you will see very cool patterns. And you'll see a bunch of long exposure pictures of this as well. And there are fire versions as well. Yes. I'll do a quick. Okay. Bye-bye, hoop. So that was sort of my journey with how hoops helped me like uncover portals, navigate emotions, and discover math and all of that. So I'll also show you quickly what that exact moment was where I started seeing hula hooping in math. So I was learning how to balance a hula hoop on my palm. And so what has to happen is you have to move along with the hoop. As the hoop moves, you move. So basically what's happening is my center of gravity and the hoop center of gravity are coming in sync. So that was where I realized, okay, this is a way to actually visceralize the concept called center of gravity. And in that same session, I was also trying to learn this trick, which is balancing a hoop on your palm, on two of your palms. And the person said, form a triangle with your gaze and these 2 points. So I thought that was very interesting because I'm literally moving an inscribed triangle. So all these abstract things that you've heard in school, and I love abstraction, so I don't want to diss it too much, but it was really fun to sort of bring it out through the body, and that's where this whole chain of things started. So this picture over here is a random picture that my flatmate took of me while I was hula hooping. And she showed it to one of her friends. And he ended up saying, hey, this looks like a Klein bottle. And I didn't know what a Klein bottle was at that time. But the Klein bottle is something that exists only in the 4th dimension. So just like how a cube doesn't really exist in 2D, you have to sort of flatten it out. The same way, the Klein bottle is a 4th dimensional object which only exists mathematically, or we can perceive mathematically currently. So what I found really cool was that through a random picture of a hula hoop that wasn't even planned to be a Klein bottle, this person was able to connect such a obscure and abstract thing. So that was one of the things that sort of started out. And then a bunch of my students, some of my friends have also started seeing planetary orbits in some of the spinning patterns that I make. So those are fire and LED long exposure videos. And then finally, a student of mine saw sine waves. So I was doing that exact picture, I was doing that exact trick, and I'd asked them to map it out. And that's when the whole sine wave connection happened. And then I went on to explore a little more. So it turns out that you might have seen some sine wave visualization where it goes like that. But so you can even do that trick with a hoop. I tried to make that visualization happen for the conference, but I ran out of time, so someday soon, hopefully. So essentially, hoops were revealing patterns which felt like secrets of the universe, and it was revealing different things to different people. So that's what I found super exciting, and that's what led to the birth of my program called Spinfinity. So I just like to point out how that's connected to visualization, because what I make them do, even if we're learning math, we always draw, we visualize. We don't compute numbers, at least not yet. We always draw diagrams of what's happening and then ask questions through that. So learning through visualization has been a very important part of how we learn and understand concepts. And then also visualizing as assessment. These are with some younger kids. So 4th standard kids, I aim to, so this is, I'm putting this out here because I would love to find collaborators to figure out how to visualize with the body. How to assess through the body. Yeah. So the aim was to sort of have kids do Dear Data style, create Dear Data style artifacts as their assessment pieces. And then this one is, because this is a way to visualize math, I think. I have about 60 or 70 of these. I asked kids to visualize math as a person and have conversations with it. So you can see what kind of questions they've asked. Who is your father? Why are you created? Why did you come into this world? One person, no sense of subtlety, just my name is Yamraj. So the one in the middle is my favorite because the girl has called her math person numb, because numbers make her feel numb. And then she also asked, do you know that many students hate you? Do you have feelings? Do you cry because of that? So being able to bring out, math is a very visceral experience for most of us. It depends on the teacher you have, the kind of people you have around you, how they feel about math. So when you're dealing with subjects like this, it's also important to visceralize in this manner. And so today I'd also like to introduce a sort of framework that can be used to convert movement into information. I got inspired by this framework called the Laban movement analysis. This was done by Rudolf Laban. He's a Hungarian choreographer and dancer who has sort of come up with a way to describe human movement qualities. So he has 3 sort of parameters. The first one is space. So how you travel in space. And just to note that I will be presenting a simplified version of this. This is a very beautiful, comprehensive, expansive framework. So if you're interested in this, I would recommend that either you reach out to me or you can look it up yourself, because he has a lot of categorizations. So from space, you can either go directly from point A to point B, or you can sort of move flexibly from point A to point B. And then you have strong movements, where the weight sort of feels heavy. And then you also have light, like gliding. And finally, you also have sudden movements or sustained. So if you sort of, the permutations and combinations of this lead to things like floating, which is light, sustained, and flexible. Ringing, so floating, I think, could be much easier to visualize. And there's slashing. So yeah, I thought that could be an interesting way to map movement to information. I've sort of simplified it for our purposes. I'm calling it the Spinfinity framework for now, because I didn't know what else to sort of call it. So one way to do it could be to choose a gesture that aligns with the sort of data that you want to choose. So for example, rubbing hands was what I used for the climate stripes visualization. And then you can increase that in speed, intensity, or size. So for expanding gesture, even this one that I showed is increasing spirals. So that one also becomes an expanding gesture. Then you can also have something like this. And this is a trick that I've taught almost hundreds of people now, and they all get it in the first shot. So it's very simple to do. So you start from going closer to your body, you keep expanding. Yeah, so I understand that movement can be a little intimidating to sort of do, but But we start slow and then we expand. So, yeah. And then also move along axes. So you can move along the x-axis. You can also move along the y-axis and both at the same time. And I'd like to show you this through a sort of demo. So this was something that the VizChitra team had put up right after the submissions, which I really enjoyed. Turns out deadlines do spark creativity. So I'm going to show you, because of course the data visualization presentation should have a bar chart. I was like, why not do it? Why not put a spin on it quite literally? So with 1 month away, you have 3 submissions. With more than 2 weeks away, you have 11 submissions. With less than 2 weeks away, you have 6. Less than a week away, you have 31. And then finally, with less than 24 hours away, you have 60. So why this could be helpful is to help people who don't get data. So you can use this as a way to sort of communicate data to them in simplified ways, as icebreakers to sort of start conversations. So I think that this can potentially be a very powerful way to, and a very new way to sort of do data storytelling. And yeah, so I have a final performance piece that is designed with a bunch of these elements that I would like to show to you. And before I get into that, I also just wanted to put out a page where I'm also very sort of new to this. These are all ideas that have been brimming. It all happened in Gurman's office hours, where I just had, like, I knew something could be done, but then she gave me some sort of directions, and it's all materialized here, so I'm also super grateful for that. And there are a lot of people who have sort of, in that spiral that you see, there are a lot of people who have helped sort of push it and help that spiral grow. So yeah, please reach out if you think that something interesting can happen. If you want workshops on flow arts, data visualization, or just want to nerd out and create some weirdly wonderful things. And yes, we will move on to the performance piece.
Does anyone have any questions for Aditi?
Yes. Oh yeah, okay. So yes, well, this is what POI is. I didn't get enough time to sort of show you the whole array of flow props that are there. So a simplified variation, I have it somewhere, you can catch me after the talk, is like a tennis ball inside a sock, and then that sort of makes this motion. So this is a prop that I've invested in. So people usually use it for performing. You can put like company logos and all of that and all that jazz. But I thought there was some interesting data visualization that could happen. The process I followed to make the climate stripes one was go to Python pillow, generate like the climate stripes in the exact ranges. You can load any image onto this POI. So I think so much can happen. Like this is, yeah, so I'm really excited for that. So I generated those images, put them here, sync them with the music. And yeah, that's how that happened. They have a software for that. Yes. I didn't realize I'd be on time. That's nice to know.
We still have a couple of minutes if anyone has
Okay.
I think they've left everyone speechless.
So I did cut out a lot of my points because I thought I'm not on time, but great, yeah, I'm glad that happened. Yes, please.
So obviously you're very skilled at what you do. Now, is there a way where like somebody can adopt like 5-10% of that level and
Of course. So
what would that look like?
So Vikram asks a very good question here, that all of us are unskilled people who are not even like an inch of talent that you have. So how do we catch up? Yeah.
So yeah, even like I didn't really consider myself a movement practitioner or something for the longest time. I still feel like I can't dance without a hula hoop. Like if you take that away, I'll also be very awkward. But I think that's why I use the expanding gesture part in the framework that I'm proposing. So the rubbing hands thing, for example, is something all of us were able to do. So you don't have to like go all out with the movement. You can use gestures that will sort of correlate to the story that you're trying to tell. I think could be the simplest way. Like for the climate visualization one, I thought, how can I sort of generate heat in the room? So that's when I thought of rubbing hands. So maybe it might require a little bit of extra thinking, but I think you can break it down to a simple gesture or metaphor. I think we were discussing metaphor in the education birds of a feather thing. So simple metaphor, and it doesn't have to, visualization doesn't necessarily mean that you have to move. Like the climate stripes is also visualization because it incites something in you. So that's what it is more about than theatricality. But theatricality is also very cool. And I think that's the part that might be missing with, that we could also, like dance already has a lot of data, information communication that's happening. Like in Bharatnatyam with eye movements, so many different dance forms that do that already. They are doing data storytelling. So I think it's just that matter of calling it that and connecting the two a little more. So yeah.
Whereas the general belief is something different. So have you thought about it? Like, are there issues or like in some kind of an activism-like sense which one can do this thing in order to convince people about something? Say, for example, climate change, which people find it hard to believe or something like that.
So I do think this would have a, I was also worried about that, am I like sort of communicating to the story to the audience in my own way rather than them having to guess. So even with the ending of this one, my friend Jagrut helped me sort of brainstorm the different ways it can end. So I didn't want to leave the audience with like a hopeful ending. He sort of suggested I can reverse the same timeline and show that it is possible to if we take action to reverse it. But I was also thinking I don't want it to look that easy, so we brainstormed a bunch on that, and then we came up with like this, what will the next tribe be, sort of an iteration. So yeah, I think reflecting on that again, it is like this balance between, but I think that happens with all data visualizations. We end up telling a story, like we do make choices in the kind of data that we present, we choose to leave out, and all of those things. So yeah, I do think there's a great activism sort of element that can come into it, and I'm definitely open to working on that if any folks have any ideas.
Unfortunately, we'll end the questions right now. I know everyone is very curious to talk to Aditi, so please reach out to her. She'll be here all evening. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you. So now I have to follow that with whatever my announcement is. So, yeah, I think when Aditi was describing visceral as the definition, and she said like affecting inward feelings, I think that's what I'm going through right now, and I think many of us are going through right now. So it's, yeah, I just want to acknowledge that before we move ahead. This also reminds me there is so many ways to work with data and tell stories with data and find stories with data, and not everything can be fit into a chart or explained in a chart. Stories have to be unearthed and then told to people, sometimes people who need to find and they're not able to find it. One such way is actually finding them in qualitative data. And to talk about that, we have co-founder Olay Labs, Yashna Jump. Yeah.
Okay. That was a really hard one to follow. I wish I was at 2 and Aditi would follow me. But thanks, Arpit, for putting me on the spot in this slot. But that was so good. That was so good. A round of applause once again for Aditi. That was like brilliant. Wherever you are, you're a rock star. I'm Yashna Jham. I'm the co-founder of Auditorium Labs, where we built this tool called the Open Knowledge Framework, which essentially collects large-size qualitative data and analyzes that for different organizations. And today I'm going to talk about some of those learnings from our tool and what are the frameworks we've applied, and take those learnings and to share what can you do when it comes to call data. And I just want to, I'm a design researcher myself, a previous avatar, but I am. And it feels like it's an honor to address folks from design, from journalism, from creative backgrounds. It feels like it's all coming together. So thank you, VizChitra, for giving me this opportunity. I feel I don't want to thank everyone who follow Aditi, but I hope I can keep you engaged a little. Yeah, but before I start, I just want to share a story. This is a story when I was on ground. This was in UP, in really remote parts of the country in the state. And there was this program running, which essentially was on menstrual pads and distribution of menstrual pads by the government of Uttar Pradesh. And interestingly, that program also had a survey done over time, which said that the school girls going to schools got were using menstrual pads, and that was one of the most successful programs at that time. And that was about a 90% success rate on making sure girls use pads. And we were on ground, we met this principal who shared that just before she joined, which was a month ago, this program was a complete failure. And we said, why do you say that? The stats of the school also say that it's quite a success. And she said, because the attendance was still poor. She had been monitoring, and she said there was no impact. That was one of the outcomes of the program, that if you're distributing menstrual pads, there is and should be an impact on the attendance, because girls should come to school since they feel safe. So we asked her, what did you do? How did you find out what's happening? And she said, I got all girls together and asked them if they got the pads all these months before she joined. And everybody said yes. And then she asked, have you been using these pads? And again, it was 100% yes. And then she asked, for what? Any guesses what the pads were being used for? For stuffing pillows. Because nobody told them and nobody asked. And it was all about that survey. And qualitative data captures that. It captures the nuance often missed by metrics. And it's so important to capture at programs, at an organization level. It needs to stand next to the quant to know what the complete picture is. And this is one story, one school, one stakeholder. And it is what happened. It is a real story. We don't even know. We by chance found out. But it is a real story and a real insight from the ground. But what happens when there are so many people talking about their learnings, talking about their stories, talking about what's happening on the ground? It's really hard, and there are a lot more challenges. Anybody who has worked with qualitative data, a show of hands. Can't see much. Some of the challenges that you faced. Anything? Survey fatigue. Survey fatigue. Anything else? Quantifying it. Okay. Documenting these signs. Stakeholders thought? Oh, interesting. Interesting. Perfect. Perfect. Super. I think all of these are a part of the challenge, but one of the primary part and the starting foundation of that challenge is that qualitative data is messy. And when it comes to scale, you don't know what to do with it. It could be from interviews, it could be survey fatigue, it could be from different places. You may not always get call data through surveys. It could be stories of people when they're going through something. If you've launched a program on the ground, how do you collect and capture, and how is it there in one place? It could be different teams from across the globe, across the country. And today I'm going to share, not all, but share some of these challenges and how we've been able to structure them across different organizations, and just some of the frameworks, essentially what we've used to capture these stories when it comes to different people. And these are not quantum physics. This is not quantum physics at all. This is essentially just putting that lens back, because rather than feeling overwhelmed about call, it's just making sure that there is something that we can start with. The first one being listening with intent. We often feel if you're capturing qualitative data, take everything. You want to start with something, just capture everything, but it's really important to make sure your intent is defined well. It's really important to know, are you capturing best practices, or is it to understand behaviors, or is it even to understand what are the early warnings for a program success or a product success? That inquiry needs to define the intent, because then everything follows. So that's one of the main takeaways that we felt organizations have when they change that lens. The second part, it might sound like an oxymoron that you structure the unstructured, but you need to structure the unstructured. And some of these ways have worked for us of structuring qualitative data when it comes from different places, when it comes from different stakeholders, even directly. So if there's survey fatigue, can we capture directly from people who are on the ground? Can they share, right? And can that be structured and standardized? That's one of the most important parts, at least we feel, when you want to do sense making. Can at the capturing stage we do some kind of structure at that point for it to be easier to sense make. So you don't have to read what's on the screen, but I'll just share few techniques that have worked for us. This is an example of a story from school leaders across, and this is a program that we're running and platform we're running with school leaders across 5 countries, now expanding to 15 countries, where we said how can they report their challenges, and a lot more nuance can come in terms of understanding where all they need support. So we start with templatizing, which is like, how do we make sure you are capturing standard information for you to actually do sense making after, but not to the extent that it's like a quantitative survey. You need to have open-ended questions where it could be, what are the challenges you currently face? And in that, there is something called hints and nudges that we provide, which we say, if you are a researcher on ground and you are doing the job of asking a question and then just nudging a little more and saying, or fir, what else? What happened after that? Those nudges help you give that nuance to people. And that brings your a lot more richer data from the ground. The second part and the third part is essentially tags, which we call it tags, you could call it what you feel is right. But when you are capturing qualitative data, are you making sure it's tagged with how you want to discover that information? Can we add the country where it's being reported with? Can we add the thematics the story is talking about? Can we add, what is the support system in a government school? Is it a government school or another school type? Can I find and tag those right bits for it to be then discovered? And the last part is, once the data comes in, there is another layer of fragment annotation and tagging and finding thematics that you can do for it to then be possible to make sense of it. And these then become your metadata. They're not just labels on your story that, hey, this belongs this here, because that metadata helps you make meaning using that structure. Once we have all these anecdotes tagged, this metadata allows us to make sure that this data becomes your knowledge unit. These knowledge units can then be visualized in whatever form, and I think I'm not the right person to talk about visualization. There's been too many conversations around that, and we can see how can that be quantified. Somebody said you can quantify. How do you quantify data? When tagged well, the data can really speak to the depth, and it's not just leaving it at the visualization. You could also find cross linkages. You can say that, hey, I want to tag, there is a challenge, specifically lack of time, and I want to see what is the cross between policy alignment, and then find if there is a connection between the school type. And then you can even find the raw data that was associated to 1 or 2 more tags, because this will give you a lot more insight and a lot quicker to find what's happening at a state level, at a district level, at a country level, or even at a micro sub-district county level. The last one, I feel, is one of the closest to my heart, because I've made a point that how call data needs to come in, and that's important and you shouldn't miss. Same way, con data shouldn't be missed when you're telling a story. I could have told the story just by saying, hey, girls don't know how to use it, use the pads, and that's an outcome, that's finished. But can we see the data, and can we make meaning of it together? Can we find something beyond? Like, can we know what the quant is saying and what the qualitative data is saying? because that structured call together put will give you an insight which could be way beyond any of the insights from the visualization. Which could be like, hey, I want to know about the challenges and what inside those challenges, what are people speaking about? Is there more to it? But before I wrap up, I just want to talk about these few points that we've spoken, but just also addressing the magic sauce, which is often considered as the magic sauce. But the reason why I didn't start with AI is because without structure, AI is like garbage in, garbage out. Like, what will you do? I mean, AI won't know how to do if you're saying, hey, take my call and just summarize it, But about what? What is that I want to discover? So the structure enables AI to do its magic really well. And what we've seen, what has worked for us is it gives an overview very well. If it's structured, as I said, it will give you overviews on program, like summaries around program level, or really zoomed in summaries, which could be at a granular level. And then I can go and validate and deepen because I've gotten something. And then I'm like, hey, I want to now fetch. The second one is when structure is there. When structure is there, we can identify themes and patterns very quickly. And the last one, and I'll end with that, is that we change the lens. So we work with a lot of qualitative organizations on ground who do not know how to make sense of data. And for them, AI helps them because you can do pattern asking and not pattern finding. And it's easier because it's structured. It is easier for them to know what has happened. I'll skip the impact, but if you want to know how it's been helping organizations across India and even outside, I am happy to have a chat after this. So just to summarize, structure is the backbone, AI is the amplifier, and a plea to you all, make sure you give stories a structure, because we're starving for meaning and we're not drowning in data. Thank you, and I think I'm out of time, yeah.
Hello. I think this has really made us think about all the qualitative data that exists. Maybe so much of it can come from this conference when you think about it, so many data people in the room. I can't predict the future, but our next guests will attempt to. A designer, a data scientist, and an educator walk into a bar, and it turns into a panel. So what will they talk about? The past, present, and future of data viz in the industry. We have senior designer Nutanix Aromal Ram, co-founder Babbage Insight Karthik Shashidhar, associate professor IIM Ahmedabad Kavita Ranganathan, and moderated by senior design manager Capital One Rasagya Sharma. Give it a hand for
Kavita will come the end. We'll get that in the order. You want to come the end? Anumal, you can come here. We'll use one mic. We'll have to pass it around. Okay. I hope that's okay. Yeah. This is on. Check. All right. How's the day been till now? Everybody's doing well? Yeah, that's the energy. I think everybody else has been like eating lunch and enjoying afterwards. Huh? Too much rice. Ah, okay. All right, so I hope some of the conversations now would be interesting and intriguing. Before we jump into this conversation, I wanted to get like a show of hands to understand who all are in the room here today, right? So how many of you work in like an enterprise, in like a company and work on data visualization? A show of hands? All right, a handful. How many of you here are data journalists? You're focusing more on the newsroom. I can see a few in the back, a few in the front. All right. How many of you are working in startups or smaller orgs, maybe on the data science side? Checking if, oh, there's like a handful only. All right. Who are the rest? Like if in case you didn't raise a hand in any of these, what do you do? Do you want to shout out? I'll try and catch. Designers. There's somebody said beginner, which is a nice way to think about beginner in all of them, yes. I heard teachers, student, ex-teachers. Oh, educated. I was like, when did you become ex-teacher? Okay. All right. Yeah, okay. So that's a good set. So I thought VizChitra like conference is the best opportunity for us to bring such a unique set of people together. And so we try to make a panel which also follows something similar. We have someone who's been doing data visualization and UX from a design perspective for about nearly a decade. We have someone who's been coming from data analytics, data science side, now venturing into his own business and trying to build a product. And then we also have someone who's been teaching data visualization for more than a decade, also has a book on data visualization. And I thought these are the best three people to ask, where did we come from, where are we today, and where are we going? So with that perspective, I'm going to kick it off. So Arumal, we'll start with you first. I want to understand, when you got into data visualization, maybe right out of college, what was the first sort of world in, say, Nutanix looking like, or the company that you were working in? And was data visualization popular then? Has it sort of changed since the time from like, the start to now?
Okay, so I started working with Nutanix, and Nutanix is basically, they have the USP of making complex IT simple. What that means is they are already mature, and they were in the comparatively young company, so they were kind of disrupting. So they were in tune with, and if you want to make something simple, then design and visualization always plays a hand. And as you've already seen the breadth of work in Hardik's presentation, we use visualizations quite a lot. But of course, there is some change in the sense, initially, designers who were attuned to those visualizations were creating it. But now it's more structured. We have a dedicated visualization team. We have a dedicated visualization library. And most of the stakeholders are also in tune with it, because initially it was design proposing visualizations, but now it has become like even PMs and even customers coming in and requesting they need some improvements in visualizations or suggesting improvements itself.
Got it. Thank you. So I think there's been a shift that we have noticed, at least over the last decade, where there was a world where designers are obsessed with making some interesting viz, to now people asking for, hey, we need a better visual representation. I think we saw some of that in Eli Lilly's talk as well. So it's been nice to see more and more examples come in like that. Karthik, I'll jump into you. And maybe we first talk a bit about how are things in terms of data visualization in your early days of data analytics, and then talk a bit about, has it changed? How has it changed?
Okay, so I probably started doing what can broadly be classified as analytics, I think about 20 years ago. So it's a little dated. Back then we had Excel with 32,000 rows, and you need to do what you can. I don't remember doing much Viz back then, but it was more when I started using tools like SAS and R that I started really making the plots and things like that. But if I were to think of the, I mean, I think the data viz goes in cycles. So I mean, this is something that Anand and I have spoken about at length in one of our podcasts and stuff, that it is used, Excel started with bad default charts. Then you can make some effort and make good looking charts. Now actually, over a period of time, if you started looking at the default charts in Excel, they started actually looking good. You can make good looking charts in Excel. You can make very good looking charts in Excel. Then came the whole BI revolution and Tableau and so on. Tableau is supposed to follow the grammar of graphics and things like that. But I personally find their charts, at least the defaults, extremely ugly. If you look at, by the way, in my company, one of our first hires was a designer, because we were like, the one thing we want to make sure is that we don't present ugly charts. So that's something we probably why I'm here. But like, but yeah, so you had Tableau, extremely ugly, Power BI, or even worse, ThoughtSpot, even worse, and things like that. And then I don't know if people have made an effort to make them better and things like that, because I haven't seen good-looking Tableau charts. But still, over a period of time, I think the designers got into the game. Tough became cool. And so everybody started talking about ink ratio, and then like everybody wanted to make these cool visualizations and stuff. Now I think we have gone a little step backward, because we make most of our charts using ChatGPT, which uses boilerplate matplotlib code, and that is ugly. Matplotlib is extremely ugly, especially the defaults. I mean, when I see that orange and blue, I'm like, looks like a, oh no, that's Seaborn. But yeah, those are extremely ugly libraries. And so we are sort of regressing. And I feel like, I mean, great, we have conferences like this, but I think overall in the, I probably am old enough to say that I'm starting to get a little disillusioned. And we see more and more ugly charts making their way around. And newspapers don't talk about it at all. I'll probably talk later. So.
Newspapers like meet him separately for like specific feedback. Maybe call Karthik to help you improve. Yeah, I know like Karthik has been writing for Hindu, Live Men, sorry, for a really long time. So yeah, not just an armchair critique, but somebody who's been trying to change things as well. Kavita, should we get into like some more conversations about how were things when you started early career? And I know you started teaching data visualization, where I think most of the people in this room had not heard of the term data visualization. And you teach data visualization in a business school. So I'm also very intrigued about who is there in business school who's interested in making charts or learning about charts. Has that changed over the last like 14, 15 years that you've been doing this?
Right. It has changed immensely in the sense, am I catching the mic?
Yeah,
yes?
Closer would be.
Okay. So in the beginning, of course, it's not just our students. Our PGP students definitely find it a very helpful course, because they are in the business of presenting data, communicating stories, making decisions. So in the consulting field, in the financial field, general management, all of us, right? Everybody wants to use data visualization. But what I found more interesting now is what I can call the democratization of data visualization. So it's not just an analyst. It's not just somebody whose bread and butter is data. So for the last 3 or 4 years, I've been teaching data visualization in a program for IPS officers. So the first time I was asked to teach in that program, I was like, why have they even invited me? What am I going to teach police officers about data visualization? But they deal with a lot of data, crime records, databases that they have to actually work with on an everyday basis, and they found it extremely helpful, which is why it's become a regular in their program as well. I also did a course in Chennai for IAS officers. This is just to say that there's a large range, Navy officers. So the list goes on and on, people you wouldn't have thought of at all, and they are dealing with their own data, and they want to visualize their own data. So they're not handing it off to somebody else, which is why I feel today it's not just somebody, it's not just designers, it's just not just analysts, it's almost everybody. You pick up anybody, and I have to say Mint does a great job of their visuals. Yes. So, and so my book is on misleading visuals. So you can guess, I'm looking at a visual, I'm like, is that right? Is that wrong? How am I going to critique that? And Mint passes every time. So
you're not writing for them anymore, so you can be.
No. So, and New York Times, of course, you can't find fault with their graphics, but many other media outlets do still create misleading visuals. So over time, because it has become something that everybody consumes, that basic data literacy is something that is important that we need to actually spread. So everybody consumes visuals, some people create it, but since everybody consumes it, we have to be so much more careful about how we are putting it out.
Makes sense. Yeah, I think COVID especially made data really mainstream, right? Like suddenly people were talking about flattening the chart, and I never thought we would be using like commonplace terms like charts and like talking about it this way. So the obvious challenge that comes with, like you mentioned, is the chart faithful? I think Prashanta's talk earlier today was a great example of just the amount of theory and principles that are required to make good visualizations and where it could fail. So maybe talking a bit more about challenges today. I wanted to go a bit deeper, and maybe Arumal, you can start by telling us, in your day-to-day job today, what is the challenging work as a data viz designer? Like, is it very easy today to make data viz, or are you still struggling to either make it or convince people or get it shipped? Maybe talk a bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a journey it's always a journey from idea to like until it gets shipped. And it might come up as a request from customer itself. Like say, for example, we've had a request that customer wanted a network visualization where they wanted to see the networks, and it came from them. And we had like initial research, customers were really happy. But then when we drilled into it, what we realized is that they were still using that visualization to manually group the data and then use it further for applying security policies. So when we realized that, then we went ahead and used ML logic and gave that as a visualization. So basically now we're not giving a visualization. What we are giving is a pre-clustered groups. We're saying, okay, these are the VMs which do not have a security policy, and as per your traffic data, these should belong together, and then go through it, right? So this is somewhere where we need to be really careful, because sometimes if we don't go through it, you will probably release something, but it might not be that useful. But of course, there is a lot of caveats in this whole journey, and we've had experiences where sometimes we release a chart, and probably we realize that, okay, probably a table would have been better. So what we've said is that we always take a step back in the process. It's part of that evolution, right? So initially, everyone wants visualization to be there, but now we always take a step back, understand the user journey. We kind of make that mandatory, right? And then decide whether, say, if we identified a touch point to make a difference, we decide whether it should be a visualization, whether it should be a table, or if it just should be a status icon. So that's the approach we take now. And because of that, I think our process is also more streamlined so that we don't get into such situations.
Interesting. So I think by process and applying best practices, you've been able to navigate some of the common challenges of a customer wants this visualization, therefore we will have to make it, to actually like rationalizing and discussing it. Yeah, I think it's the data viz world's like equivalent of make the logo bigger, give me a donut chart, or let me download the data. So it's interesting to see some of this. Karthik, maybe if you want to jump in and talk a bit. You went from like doing a lot of data visualization or data analytics to now building like a product around this, right? And a few years back when you started, you had a fairly clear hypothesis of what you were trying to do. Has that changed? Have you learned something very different? Is there a new challenge that you've picked up?
I think I want to start with an anecdote from my previous job. I was heading analytics and data science for Delivery, the logistics company. 1 month in, I made some very nice looking chart. I mean, I have always been very high on making good looking charts, following good principles and all that. Very nice looking chart based on bad data. Later on, I figured out it's bad data. But everybody in the company had seen the chart, and it made an impression. So even though I said 20 times that, okay, I need to retract that because it was based on faulty assumptions, because this is something I made in my first month there, that message didn't go across, because the message that went across was actually the message of the great visualization that I had made in the first month, and that stayed in everybody's CEO, COO, everybody's minds had that. So I think I just wanted to mention that, like, I mean, it is possible to make a large impact with great visualizations. But it's a sort of a necessary but not sufficient condition in some sense. So for example, like last year when I came here, I spoke at the Fifth Elephant, and I think I was chatting with you and Amit after the talk. And one of the things that I was like, yeah, maybe, like we were just starting off with Babbage Insight then, and I was like, maybe just, yeah, producing good visuals and telling visual stories is possibly a possible path ahead for us and things like that. But the one thing that I've figured out now, I think it's actually not just the last 2 years, for a much longer period of time. See, every sort of visualizer's sort of dream, I started with this 15 years ago, is that you make a chart that's so beautiful that it's like somewhere in the movies, right? Or you see them in ads, where people are sitting in a conference room debating something. Then you put up this chart, and then the insight is apparent, and like a light bulb goes off in everybody's eyes and everybody's minds, and like they come to a consensus. It's happened to me once. It's happened to me once with a customer in 2012, but not after that. Because the problem is that it's not always that you can make a really nice chart, but people still need to make their own interpretations of it. And people are generally not good at interpreting data. So that's not a skill that's particular, and it's a necessity because there's so much data out there, but it's not something that people are really good at. So what I've come around to now is like visualization is an aid. It's an aid in with a larger story. So for now, what we are doing is like Arumal was talking about, like should we present a graph or a table or just text? Now we are training an AI to figure out whether, for this particular insight, whether we should present a graph or a table. If you have to present a graph, should it be a bar graph or a line graph? By the way, I think pie charts are evil. Donut charts are even more evil. I could have done a whole talk on that, but I won't get there. But yeah, coming back, it's like you need to annotate. You need to annotate. You need to point people to look at here. You need graphs to be narrative, especially when you're doing journalism or outreach or even any presentation. You need to show people what is the message that you want to convey, and you as the designer have the power to control that message, and you better use it. So I think that's what I've come around to in about 15 years of working in and around database.
Makes sense, yeah. I think this idea that a chart speaks for itself fails dramatically in many such instances, right? So
When it works, it's spectacular.
yeah, when it does speak, it speaks really eloquently. But
Yeah,
most
but
cases
when it
doesn't
doesn't, it's
really.
like,
Yeah,
it's,
yeah.
you end up not making your message. So
Makes sense, yeah. Kavita, question for you. In terms of the sort of changing landscape of education and just the way things are moving, do you see any challenges on teaching data visualization? Is there a different focus that you have now in your course that maybe you didn't have earlier, or anything else that you're finding changing in the field now?
So a lot of what I teach hasn't changed, precisely because a lot of it is tool agnostic. So we start out with human perception, how we make sense of data, and that hasn't changed, right? So you're exactly what we just talked about. So you take a particular chart, and then you have to figure out who the audience is, you have to figure out what the context is, you have to figure out what pre-attentive attributes you're going to use to get your information to stand out. So all of that is something I have been teaching over the years, and those haven't really changed. Now what has changed, so these like BI tools, so your tools have changed. Tableau has come in instead of Excel, but if your fundamentals are right, it doesn't matter what tool you're using. So it's always garbage in, garbage out. You can get horrendous charts with Excel and Tableau. You can get very effective charts which are really speaking out to the audience with these tools, provided you've laid the foundation for how you're going to actually get your data to speak for itself. So that part hasn't changed. Of course, as tools come and go, there's always this demand from the participants saying, I want to learn Power BI, I want to learn Tableau. And I tell them, you have to have patience. We have to go through these at least 12 or 14 hours of understanding how you're going to work with the tool. And then, of course, we'll do lab sessions on the tool so you can leverage all of that information. So that part shifts. So Tableau is going to change over the years. Every version is going to change. Excel is going to change. Power BI is going to change. But the fundamentals remain the same.
Makes sense, yeah. Till humans are looking at the charts, I think all the human bit stays as well. Cool. I know we are running a bit closer to the end of the panel, and I thought I'll do a quick rapid fire sort of question and then open it up for more people who want to ask questions, maybe on the live stream or in the room here. So next few years, things are probably going to change a lot. What does the future look like? And maybe specifically, is there a specific skill that you would want? So for you, Arumal, like new designers who are getting into this field, early career, what should they focus specifically on? Any one area that you think definitely needs attention?
Yeah, so in terms of UX and the flow, what we are actually doing is problem solving, right? And that's one thing that everyone should be aware of, because in enterprises, there's a lot of data fragmentation, and there's a lot of negotiation that you need to do. So because designing ideal experience is always easy, because you can always say that it's a one-click experience, maybe it should just work, but that hardly happens. So usually we have disparate data systems, and it's a struggle to even provide the insight, right? So which I feel in future already tools are coming up which basically help us in generating those insights much more. So that way I think we'll be able to tell better stories and better insights. And for that, at least, anyone who's trying to getting into UX should first be okay with problem solving. Like they should be able to like solve these problems. And the other thing would be to negotiate, like try to understand what are the non-negotiables in your workflow, and then try to arrive at a solution where you have like the best of both worlds.
Got it. Karthik, something from your perspective?
I think what Kavita said, which is that you need to know the fundamentals. I think a lot of education ends up being on teaching the tools, and that's the wrong way to go about it because the tools keep changing. So you just need to know the fundamentals. You need to know how to communicate, how people perceive, and yeah, like I don't know if that can be taught through books and so on, but it just comes through, a lot of it comes through experience. But yeah, just focus on the basics, and that will remain the same. Nothing's going to change. And yeah, just keep learning the tools, but yeah, focus on the basics.
No comments on AI?
Sorry?
AI?
AI?
I mean, I thought you're in the world or like the business of using AI to do stuff.
Yes.
Did you have any perspective on that as well?
I mean, AI is a tool. When I said that you need to learn the new tools, I mean, AI is still a tool. So yeah, I mean, the only one thing I'll say is that like somebody mentioned, I forget who, that it's ultimately humans who look at the charts. Now that is an assumption you might need to change.
Yes. So
and so if it is an AI communicating with an AI, do you need a chart at all? That's
Exactly.
the other thing you need to think about. So
Exactly, yeah. All our principles of human perception and stuff will go away because agents are talking to agents and one person is making the chart, one agent is making the chart, another agent is interpreting the chart.
No, in that case, you don't need charts.
Then you don't need charts, right? Exactly. Then you just like pass on.
Right. Yeah, that's a completely different way of processing information then.
All right. I think we'll have to see how long can VizChitra run as a conference till like AI takes over just the value of charting. Okay. Hopefully humans still survive and we continue to look at that. But like apart from basics, fundamentals, any other skill that you think people should hold on to? This is probably something worth investing as times are changing.
I mean, more than the actual tools, I think I've learned a lot from the design space. So for all the designers out here, because I'm a trained computer scientist, I started out from a very technical background, writing simulations, code, all of that, right? So when I approached data visualization, I came from that angle. Let's write code for something. But what really opened my eyes was the design space. So you can't write code without understanding who you're interacting with. So the affordances that are being provided, what are your color choices, how are you using space, how are you using the form, all of that completely changes your chart. So we can't have one without the other, and they have to mesh together. And the field of communication. So you can't ignore that as well, because you are not creating something in ether. As we said, we are not creating something that the machine is going to interpret. We are creating something for a specific audience. Certain audiences would prefer a table. You can't force a chart on them. They've spent their life looking at numbers. A chart is going to completely put them off. Numbers make sense to them, right? So you can't force that. And certain audiences will look at a box plot and say, this is exactly how I want to see it. And certain audiences will get the complete opposite meaning in a box plot because it's not an intuitive visualization. So you have to spend a lot of time understanding your audience. I would say 40–50% of your groundwork when you're using a visual for somebody is understanding the audience, understanding what is going to work for them, channeling that into what you create, which is why I feel unless you are able to feed all of that context to the AI, if it's going to spit out something, it's not going to take care of your particular context. AI is not great at the edge cases. It's great if for something. So we had a very interesting discussion in the Birds of the Feather where somebody pointed out, if you tell AI to generate a clock for you, it's always at 10:10. You will not get an image for 1:15. If you say generate a clock with 1:15, it's not going to do that. What does that say about data visualization and what AI can do right now? Right? Something.
Yeah, I know the bell rang, but speaking of AI, we are trying to use AI to generate charts to figure out what is the best visualization. The problem is that very good training data doesn't exist for this. Unless we train our own models, because the quality of charts and visualizations on the internet is fairly poor, the average quality. And so the AI has learned all the bad practices and things like the LLM. So, which is why I think at some point of time we are going to train our own LLM to do this. But yeah, that's another, like it's the 10-10 of DataViz. So.
All right, yeah. So I think if you're still curious about this more, you should make sure that you're sitting for the closing keynote by Anand. And because his whole keynote is going to be focused on this bit about LLMs and then using it to create charts. But are we asking it directly? Are we doing something else? We'll find out. But I'll try and maybe wrap up with one question. Is there time for one question? Yeah, okay. Maybe somebody has a question for the panel, or somebody specific for the overall panel. We can take that question. If there's somebody on the live stream and wants to drop it on WhatsApp, I can probably keep an eye there as well. There's a question there. Maybe you speak up and I'll repeat it. That's okay. So 3D visualizations and immersive, yeah. So, this world of XR was always, we were always on the cusp of XR coming, virtual reality, making everything else go away. We're still waiting for that to happen, but it's definitely become more mainstream.
Does anybody remember Tom Cruise?
Yeah, Minority Report.
We're all waiting for that,
We're
right?
all waiting for, yes, chart, bar chart, annotation. Maybe now that Apple has stuff, Meta has stuff, people will start to see charts in 3D in their environments. Is there someone who who's like actively working on it? Do principles change if we think about the three-dimensional augmented reality, virtual reality, or like this mixed reality space? Anybody who has some experience or any thoughts?
So I don't, and I actually draw the line at animated charts. So
Animated chart is okay.
most of them are not okay.
Not okay. Oh,
right?
okay, yes.
So going to 3D and
Is
4D, the limit is here in terms of how the cognition of the human brain, and we have to be cognizant of that. Right? So if we can get it done in a way that it still makes sense to our brains, fine. You see 2D charts, unless explained well, unless annotated, that itself is a complete washout for most people. You might have a particular way of getting the information out. If you don't do that, if I ask the audience for an insight from any 2D chart, if we have 100 people here, we'll have 100 different insights if you don't design it effectively.
Right.
So 3D animations, we're asking for trouble.
Makes sense, yeah. So generally trouble. I do feel there is some potential for XR and Viz when it is very contextual. For example, I've seen examples of when flooding is happening, if you have to visualize that in just numbers, it's just like, oh, today it rained 10 centimeter or some 10 millimeter. But instead I've seen people do like these augmented reality way of saying now the rain is this much. We expect the rain to come here and therefore people will be flooding or there'll be like changes happening. So maybe in domain specific instances, we might find some interesting, more immersive or easier to explain ways.
I still think it's double-edged.
It's
going to be double-edged.
It's going
Once
to be
in a while,
double-edged.
and it'll also make it easier to present bad data, to present wrong conclusions, because just because something looks good, you assume that somebody has done a good job. So,
all right. I know the bells are ringing. Time for us to stop talking. Yeah. So thanks a lot. A big round of applause for our panelists, and thanks everyone for your questions. Meet them, catch them during breaks, and have a longer chat if you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Rasagya. I just want to acknowledge the coolest moment when Rasagya was like, AI. like an ominous announcement of what's coming. Cool. Thank you to everyone on the panel for sharing your experience with us. I think we heard a lot today about how AI again has been instrumental in making things faster, newer things that were not possible before. But I want to shift attention to a place where AI is actually being used to make something that already exists more accessible to a lot of people. And to talk exactly about that, we have our next speaker, product designer from Microsoft, Sabyata Jain.
Okay, hello, hi everyone. I'm Sabita, I'm a product designer at Microsoft. And I know a lot of people in the room were talking about, how data visualization makes the invisible visible. But for a lot of people, that medium itself remains invisible, right? A lot of work that I do is in human-computer interaction and how people sort of find novel ways to interact with their PC. And one big part of work that we're doing is in accessibility in AI, especially focused on people with visual impairment. So people with visual impairment access their PCs using a device called screen readers. It's JAWS, NVIDIA's, narrator, and you'll hear something, and then we'll get to the next.
Ice cream sales by flavor. Jam, mango 6,000, chocolate 21,000, vanilla 24,000. Feb, mango 8,000, chocolate 35,000, vanilla 35,000. March, mango 12,000, chocolate 52,000.
And I don't need to repeat it, right? What you heard right now is basically this graph, right? If you take a minute, and you can figure out what are the larger trends, clusters, patterns that we're looking at. But what you heard just before this was a screen reader announcing each and every element. The cognitive load of figuring out patterns still lies on the user. They might as well just listen to an Excel sheet. And how do we make data viz accessible? There are tools that we have already. That means ensuring that your interactive experiences have a defined tabbing order. This basically establishes how the screen reader will move across the screen when the user changes focus. It also means making sure that your graph is accessible in high contrast when people switch modes. But of course, this is not enough. A lot of times, in spite of doing this, in spite of so much advocacy around this, a graph like this, a screen reader focus will come and the user will hear
graphic.
Yeah, that helps. So it's painful. And it's painful. People have failed exams because of that. And even when a database is extremely accessible, which is the audio that you heard in the beginning, it's like seeing the world through a microscope. You know each and every detail, but you do not know the higher picture. And so what we're navigating are these two key pain points. The responsibility of accessibility currently falls on designers and developers, right? And we cannot always hope that they get it right. And second, even if they do the job right, the most accessible visualization will still cause excessive amount of information fatigue to people with visual impairment. And so we asked, wow, the word. What we asked is, can we sort of take this burden away from designers and developers and make our screen readers accessible themselves with AI in a way that they could be the eyes. And so what we started was, we thought, oh my God, genius, we're gonna use AI and we're gonna just completely revolutionize the accessibility industry. And so we're gonna, each time a screen reader focus lands on the graph, we're gonna describe what it's talking about. And the users really humble you, because we were telling details like, oh, the x-axis represents this, the y-axis represents that, the yellow bar represents mango, the purple represents chocolate, and the users were like, I don't care. I don't care what is yellow, I don't care what is purple, what's on the x and y, you think you care, because you made it. I want to know the high-level insight. And so we realized we were using AI as a solution. What we needed was to use it as a tool. And so another food analogy, we sort of zoomed out and we were like, can we figure out why the data visualization exists in the first place and what is the role that it plays for people with vision? And so it lets you consume information in 3 layers. First is the outer layer, which gives you high-level context. Then is the middle layer that will give you key insights and clusters where you're deriving your insights from. And then that is the core, very specific details, right? And instead of just doing a flat application, can we let people with visual impairment also experience a graph through these layers itself? And so what we mean is, when users land on the visualization itself, we give a very high-level context, which can be very proactive because AI can predict that.
This chart shows monthly ice cream sales for mango, chocolate, and vanilla from January to June. Chocolate and vanilla grow steadily. Mango starts low but rises sharply in April, overtaking the others.
And so this gives you high-level context, what you're looking at, it gets you started. And user might want to know more. And so this, the AI can elaborate.
In January to March, chocolate and vanilla dominate. Mango starts much lower but rises sharply in April. In April, mango leaps ahead of both other flavors. By June, all three flavors cluster tightly around 80 to 100K units.
And now, while this gives you high-level patterns, insights, you can also have a very specific need. I want to know specifically about mango. I just want to know what happened in May. And this is something that AI cannot predict, right? So the user would have to provide us active input. In this case, they want to know what were the sales in March.
Mango was approximately 12,000 units. Chocolate was approximately 52,000 units. Vanilla was approximately 46,000 units.
Yeah, this was, a lot of experiences, a lot of design work that we do. Designers in the room will know they die in decks and pitches and they never see light of the day. We were actually able to launch this in the Copilot Plus PCs and it's available for users to actually experience it. I truly believe to be a lover, you have to be a hater. So if you're a practitioner of your discipline, you need to critique it. What I mean by that, let's begin with the first critique of the very application of AI on data viz. Your eyes have bias. And what I mean by that is, if I'm going to just dim the rest of the bar charts and highlight one of them, the AI is going to just focus on the mango. And so you need a way to somehow apply AI on the original raw data itself. Second is a skewed understanding of what data viz is. Everything is data viz. And what I mean by that is anything that's visualizing density. You look at a date picker on a Make My Trip website, you immediately know, oh, I'm going to book like 16 July. It seems to be cheaper. Someone using screen reader has no idea. They're going to listen to each and every detail, then do the mental math, and then figure out when to book that flight. And similarly, it extends to plane flights or even a meeting calendar. And last, trust in the system. While AI has made a long way, there is still a little more we need to go. The same graph hallucinated one time and thought that first mango bar actually was 20,000 units, right? So people really trust screen readers because they're tools. They're like your mouse, your keyboard, your monitor. They don't have a bias attached to them. And so you still need the models to come. And there's still a long way, but of course technology is catching up to us. And so I know a lot of people are going to be like, why does this matter? Wow, great, accessibility. This has nothing to do with me. I don't work with blind people. I don't work with people with visual impairment. But I want us to think about this idea of turning graphs with the help of AI into an audio-based output for people for visual impairment can also be translated and extended to people for low data literacy. It's the same access problem. I don't know what this looks like. And there the problem is, I don't understand what this means. And so we're working, this is a little glimpse of an experiment that we're doing with Government of Karnataka as part of Build for Bharat fellowship. We have Veda here, so shout out to her who's one of the fellows on this. We're taking a lot of data that Government of Karnataka is releasing, and they want to make it accessible to rural citizens at panchayat level. But often it just comes in form of PDFs and these heavy dashboards, and we were like, oh, we're going to make it a much more accessible visualization, but on top of that, we're going to layer it with audio.
ಈ ಅಂಕಿಅಂಶಗಳನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದರೆ ಸಂಗ್ರಹಿತ ಮೊತ್ತ ತುಂಬಾ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇದ್ದು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಬೇಡಿಕೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಬಾಕಿಯಾಗಿದೆ. ಈ ಗ್ರಾಫ್ ಬಡಲ್ಗಾಂವ್ನ ರಾಜಸ್ವ ಸಂಗ್ರಹಣೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇದೆ. ಒಟ್ಟು ಬೇಡಿಕೆ 7,90,800 ರೂಪಾಯಿಗಳ 68 ಪೈಸೆಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಟ್ಟು ಬೇಡಿಕೆಯ ಸಂಗ್ರಹ 18,796 ರೂಪಾಯಿಗಳು ಮಾತ್ರವಾಗಿದೆ. ಉಳಿದಿದ್ದು ಒಟ್ಟು ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ 7,72,504 ರೂಪಾಯಿಗಳ 68 ಪೈಸೆಗಳು.
And so I want to end the talk with saying, when you design for the outlier, you design for everyone. And also being disabled as a minority, all of us will be one day. We all will be old. We all will be looking at our screens from this much distance. And we will all be tapping for it. So when you're designing for accessibility, you're essentially designing for everyone. Thank you.
Pardon?
Like let's say the output from the AI is a bit incorrect. So how does the users make sure that they don't get the wrong insights from that?
Yeah, so
Like
that
how
is,
do you build the guardrails?
it is, we need better benchmarking. That is the only way. You need to push the industry to really focus on this. Because currently, VLMs, which is what we use, visual large models, they're still on the fringes, and they have their applications, but they don't often end up having that much focus. So you need to really push the industry to do it better. It cannot be on the user. You cannot expect user to do the job. The problem is the gap of accessibility is so wide right now. They are okay with anything, which is kind of problematic as well. And so while the application of technology is there is a need for you to push the industry. Slightly more complex models do a greater job at doing this analysis, but they tend to have a higher loading period. So users really need to have to wait. So if you're using O3, it's way accurate than 4.0. But that's a trade-off that one has to make. But one thing I've realized when I was pitching this ideas 2 years back, AI models were somewhere else. And people were like, oh, it's going to be inaccurate. Let's not do it. It's a really high risk. And I'm not kidding, within 6 months, they caught up. So the speed at which technology is evolving is way faster than we can think. So they will catch up eventually.
Hi, this side, on your right. Yeah, I have a question on, I'm just a bit more curious around the interpretation that is coming from the AI, because let's say when we are looking at charts and graphs, so there can be n number of interpretations, but maybe somebody is choosing probably one interpretation and the AI is choosing a single interpretation and offering it as the only solution or the only way to interpret that graph. Through an example, what if I wanted the most expensive ticket on the whatever the, so how do we solve for that?
Yeah, so there's the traditional way of accessing the screen reader as well, right? You could possibly hear entirely. What you write, like, oh, what if I don't want to know about what's the cheapest size? So you create balance. One thing we were also trying to do when we were creating the models we weren't applying them flat. There's a lot of preempting and prompting optimization that was going into it to cut bias as much as possible, A lot of times it would come and tell, oh, I think this is what the insight was. And we were like, you cannot have that. And so it's a trial and error and making sure the AI is really optimized to give the right response. You cannot preempt it. You can only, and that's the reason, in the onion peel theory, you can only preempt context and high-level patterns, but you cannot preempt expectation and needs. Users would have to express them, and then the response will come, and we don't even want to design for it, because it's unfair to design for that.
That's all the time we have. Thank you, Sabita. Given us a lot to think about, and you have a tea break to think about it now. So we're going to break for chai, clear your mental cache, make some connections. We're nearing the end, so we have one more talk and a closing keynote to go. If you don't want this to end, go and sign up for workshops, get merch for your friends who couldn't make it, and we will see you back at 4.
So Hello. I hope everyone had a good tea break and got some tote bags for themselves. Does everyone have a tote bag? Get a tote bag soon, guys. We're going to run out of them if you don't get them now. Get two, just to put your other tote bag in it. Get a tote bag. Cool. We are entering the final leg of today's sessions and very excited about the next talk that's coming up for you. Since the morning, we have been talking a lot about how there are so many ways to communicate through data visualization, how many different forms, so many techniques to care about. But then you also wonder, where do I start? And to talk exactly about that, where do you start? Can you break down the process of making a data viz into a process? And how can you account for human perception? How can you account for cognition, psychology as you think about these charts? And someone who basically has the coolest name for a product, Chart Boss, coming on stages, the founder, Vikram Nayak.
Yes, perfect. Can everyone hear me? Is it too loud? Okay. Hi, so welcome to this talk on the UX of charts. It's a topic that's really close to my heart because it marries two things that I care deeply about. All things UX and product on one side and all things charts and data viz on the other side, right? So let me introduce myself. My name is Vikram Nayak. I'm the founder of this company called ChartBoss. And I founded ChartBoss to help professionals reduce their anxiety and stress around data visualization so that they can communicate their data insights more effectively and easily, and so that there's no wastage in the analytics in the enterprise, right? A little bit, and I think visually, I communicate visually, so you're going to see that next. A little bit about myself. I've been an entrepreneur since 2010. And my focus has been on analytics, tech, and communication. And communication might seem like a weird thing there, but that's only because I used to host the spelling bee on TV for 10 years. So that's where the communication piece comes from. And I did a lot of this through consulting, training, and products, right? Yeah, so that's about me. So in the next 14 minutes, hopefully, we're going to see how UX and data products and data viz all kind of work together. We're going to see this user framework that I can't say I built the user framework. It's based on everyone else's research. It's just a way of thinking about data visualization. And finally, we're going to see an example, and we'll be open to some Q&A at the end, right? Okay, so first thought, the UX of charts, really? There's a simple test for this. Is it for yourself? If the answer is yes, good news, you don't need UX, right? But if it's for anybody else but yourself, I'm sorry, but you do need UX. And even when it comes to UX, regular UX and data UX are different, right? So what I'm going to do is, let's map out how regular UX works, and then let's see how data UX is a little different, right? So in our regular UX, we have this user, right? This user comes with their own personality and context and experiences. And they have goals, right? The goals could be something like, I want to pay a bill or watch a movie or order food. And this knowledge that we have about the user and about their goals constitutes our user research, right? And UX design is the process of taking this user research and converting it into a user experience in the form of a product, right? Now, this product could be a web, mobile, physical product, anything, doesn't matter. Now, the user is going to use this product to achieve their goals. Straightforward, right? So that's how regular UX would work. Like, I'd use the product, which is like a UPI app. I would achieve my goal, which is I want to pay for this item that I just bought. Straightforward. But how's data UX different? Is it different? I'd argue that it is, right? So let's take the same picture that we just built and let's change it up a bit, right? So I'm going to take some elements out. So first, let's say we now have a business user, right? Because I tend to focus more on business scenarios. And this business user has business goals, right? And these business goals could be something like, I want to increase sales, or I want to reduce churn, or I want to increase my customer satisfaction, right? And this now is our user research. And again, we're using specialized expertise in UX design to convert this into a data product, right? Not just a regular type, it's a specific type of product. And this could be in the form of reports, dashboards, presentations, whatever, right? Now you might assume that the user can use this data product and achieve their goals, but that's not how it works. All the user can do is use this product to improve the decision or action they're going to take, which then helps them achieve their goals, right? So data products are different in this sense that there's like 1 degree of separation away from the business goal, right? And all we can hope to do is to inform or influence. We can't force anybody to take a particular decision. Another thing is that decisions are multi-factor. There are so many considerations. So all we can do is drive understanding, and hopefully that drives better decisions and better actions, which eventually lead to better outcomes. So the way I would think about it is, what do I need to know to do what I have to do so that I can achieve my goals? So that's kind of where data products sit, right? So let's zoom in on this data product part a little bit. If you look at the anatomy of a data product, the thing that's visible to everybody is there's reports, dashboards, presentations. It could be SaaS software, it could be anything. So that's at level 1, right? Level 2 is you have all these components that make up a data product. It could be a charts, tables, KPI cards, even text and images, right? And then right at the bottom, you have your data and your data models, ML models, statistical models. And so this is how the stack kind of sits. And at each level there, you have frameworks for design, right? You have a framework to design dashboards, you have a framework to design presentations. And then when you go lower, you have frameworks to design charts. And we'll be talking about one of those today, right? So when it comes to level 1 frameworks, 2 of the famous ones you might have heard of, Barbara Minto's pyramid principle. You might have heard of the story arc, then a couple of other principles that I just kind of put together just so that I had a way to think about it. One was the 6-factor framework and also CSPA. So at level 2, what are the kind of frameworks that we have? We have the user framework for data visualization. That's what we're going to talk about today, right? So the point here is I needed a way for myself to think about where do charts sit in this overall bigger picture, right? And this presentation was basically a way to deconstruct it for myself. So we're now going to explore this user framework for data viz. And simple, like I can assure you that it was not concocted this way. It just happened to organically come around this way, like when I organize the different things together. So the U stands for understand, right? That is at the heart of any UX process. You need to understand. What do we understand? We'll get into next. Next is select. E stands for enhance, and R stands for relate, right? So understand, select, enhance, relate. And the reason this came about this particular way was, I asked myself this question: can we somehow come up with a process that even non-technical users can follow step by step to build professional quality charts, right? So this is that process. Now, when it comes to, let's go one level deeper. So in the understand phase, what do you want to understand? We spoke about business user, business goals, right? So you want to understand the audience, right? Who are they? What's their context? What are their experiences? What's their data literacy? What are they familiar with? Next, you want to understand what are the goals they want to achieve, right? Then you want to understand what are you trying to communicate? That is, what do they need to know so that they can achieve their goals? And finally, you need to marry that with what is the data you have on hand. There are lots of things we might want to do, but if the data does not exist, then we have limitations. So this is the U part, understand. Next comes the S part, select, right? So you have a lot of chart choosers that you'd see floating around the internet, and they're all good. So it depends on you, like which one you want to use. But when it comes to selecting charts, you need to understand what is the message you are trying to convey, what is the kind of comparison you want to enable, what do you want the user to take out of it, what is the best visual cue that will enable that insight, right? And that is how you would select a chart. Next is the enhance part. And here you will see a lot of things that a lot of the experts earlier today spoke about, right? The first thing is to reduce clutter. And there you see the Gestalt principles as one of the tools in your toolkit, right? Next, you want to create a clear visual hierarchy. What that means is you don't want everything screaming for your attention at the same time. You want things to come to you in a particular order, and that's what we call a hierarchy. Right? Okay. Next, we have beautify, which is use text, white space, and alignment really well. Right? And finally, we have the relate part, which is we might be very familiar with the data, but is the user familiar? So add contextual elements, add good titles, add good subtitles, add annotations, add callouts, add reference lines, right? So this 4-step process helps you audit as well as create any chart and make it a little better. So let's see it with an example. By the way, this is a shameless plug. This is a screen grab from the Chart Boss, and we have a chart chooser implemented. And basically, it comes down to a bunch of use cases, right? What are you trying to communicate? What's your use case? And for that use case, you will see the right chart. So I'll give you this example. It looks very dense, right? This is a page from Grant Thornton's Deal Tracker report, which they publish every month. It's actually a very good, useful, informative report, but there are some visuals that could be improved. So the one we'll focus on is the one on the bottom right? It's a donut chart. Now, a lot has been said about donuts and pies, but let's get into why this might not be the right choice, right? So this is the particular makeover candidate. Now, let's audit it with the user framework, right? So the first thing was that's understand. So who is this report for? This report is for finance industry professionals, that is PE, VC, investment banking, right? And the goal is to stay in touch with the latest activity in their industry. And the question they want to answer is, which sectors saw the most deals last month, right? So we have our U part. Next is the S part, select. Now we need to evaluate, is the donut chart the right chart to communicate that insight, right? I would argue not. Now, donut chart, is it used to communicate parts of a whole? Yes, it can be. But it's used to communicate parts of a whole when the focus is only on one of the parts. If you want to compare the contribution of each part to the whole, the donut chart is not the right option. Okay? Separate matter that the hole in the middle is too big. So, third, let's get to the enhance part, right? Clutter. Do you see a lot of clutter in there? You do, right? I mean, there's a lot of things that don't belong there. Color. Color is not very well used. Right? So one is you see this loud black text which has your data labels. Second is you see a lot of connecting lines which are clutter, which we could have done away with the Gestalt principle of proximity. We have a color scheme which is completely wrong. It's a diverging color scheme, typically used when you have negative, positive, and a middle value, right? And even worse, it's that the biggest pie, the biggest slice has got gray, which is the middle value, right? So this is the enhance part. And then relate is, you want to provide context, enable comparisons, and describe in words. So one of the things we'd want to do is, whenever you have these circular charts, always start it arranged in descending order and always start it at 12 o'clock, right? So that people know where to read from. And another thing is this others segment over there, which is actually a rolled up segment, which is like composed of many other segments, but it's not mentioned anywhere. So now let's evaluate alternative chart options, and this is where we need to go a little finer, right? It's not just parts of a whole, it's what exactly do you want to communicate? Like a better donut chart, it's better than the previous one, but it still has the same problem. I would have needed to highlight one particular segment. Single stack bar would have been great if there were subtotals involved, but there's no subtotals. 100% total bar would have been good if you want to compare each bar to each other. But what we'll go with is the pie. Least expected answer, but if you see a well-made pie, it actually communicates the percentage contribution of each of these sectors to the whole, right? With a clear title and a clear subtitle and an asterisk at the bottom saying others contains multiple small sectors combined. So this is an old versus new. And so again, what is U? S? E? R? Perfect. So that's the user framework. And what about the other frameworks that I mentioned? You can follow us and they'll come soon. You can get the slides at chartpos.ai/VizChitra. And you can follow me on LinkedIn as well as reach out and Vikram at chartpos.ai. Cool. Thank you so much.
I think you come to a DataViz conference, of course, there will be talks about pie charts. So thank you for checking that off our checklist also. While communicating data insights doesn't have to be trial and error using this kind of framework, when you're using large language models, there is a lot of trial and error. I wish I had the confidence of ChatGPT. You ask it to make a chart and it'll explain a chart that doesn't exist, cite a source that doesn't exist, quote an expert that doesn't exist, and wrap it all up and say, hope this helps. So our closing keynote is something we've all been waiting for, and not because we want the conference to end. Yes, exactly, we don't want the conference to end, but because it's going to help us become AI whisperers. We have the CEO of Gramner, an LLM psychologist at Strive, which is also a designation competing with Aditi, chief spinner. So LLM psychologist, here to teach us the prompt recipe for data storytelling, S. Anand.
We're going to be creating charts just by talking to an LLM. You can find the slides as well as a prompt using that QR code. I'm going to specifically take the WhatsApp group that the VizChitra team has been using. This is the core team. They added me in the early days, assuming that I would be an active participant. And you will soon see exactly how active I was. Now, problem number one is WhatsApp doesn't allow a data export. So how do we get that data? Let's ask ChatGPT. See, what I find is that LLMs can help in every step of the value chain. Maybe not today, maybe not completely, but they're improving faster than we can imagine. 2 years ago, they had the level of intelligence of a grade 8 student. Today, they have the level of intelligence of roughly a postgraduate. So the pace at which it's going, we will soon have a very strong intelligence. And there is also a jagged edge. In some areas, they are extremely capable. In some areas, they are far less capable. We don't yet have an intuition of how well they do in different areas. So experimentation becomes important. But personally, should I not move or something? But personally, I think after open data, which let everyone have access to fairly solid fuel for insights, this, that is the use of LLMs to make sense out of data, might be the single biggest democratization of this. And what I'm going to do is show you some of the ways in which that might be possible. These are experiments that you should try, improve on, explore. We are all exploring, really. So one of the things that I'd love to do is ask ChatGPT. Let's in fact just literally ask it right now. I want to scrape data from a WhatsApp group, and I just want to do that by pasting JavaScript into the DevTools console. Now, you write me code for that. Give me the code that I can paste into the console, which will copy any HTML or whatever else is required from that WhatsApp web page. Make sure that the text is not too long, trim it as required, and put it into the clipboard. I will paste it here. You can then write the code to scrape all the useful information in each message and give it to me as an array of JSON objects. Let's give it that instruction. I find it a whole lot easier to talk. I find that when I talk, I am a lot more verbose. When I type, it's hard. The other advantage that I have is that I can talk while walking, which, and typing while walking is a little harder. Doable, but harder. I also can talk while cycling, which is so far been close to impossible when it comes to typing. Now, the model that I'm using matters. I'm on the $20 ChatGPT account. There is also a $200 version, and there is a free version. In the $20 version, you get reasonably liberal access to the close to the best models. On the $200 version, you get liberal access to the best models, and $20 is, in my opinion, worth it far more. It's not that much compared to, let's say it's probably your Netflix plus Prime Video plus whatever spend in a month. And it is incredibly worth it. So what this has told me is just take this piece and put it into the WhatsApp console. And which if I figure out how to do, let's do this and paste it. It says not allowed error, failed to execute write text on the clipboard. And this sort of a thing happens. This is very common. Do not worry about stuff that doesn't work. You have an assistant that's going to help you. So say I got this error and just fix it. No, seriously, I actually don't know why you're laughing, because this is how it's done. How else would we do it? Okay. A lot of people at this point feel a compulsion to think, to try and solve the problem, that problem solving is an important skill. Yes, maybe problem solving is an important skill. But what problem to solve, and knowing the difference between which ones you want to solve and which ones you want to give to an LLM is also an important skill. Reminds me of some quote, Alcoholics Anonymous or something. But anyway, now it's saying copied via exec command. Did it really copy something? Let's find out. I'm going to paste here. It did not. So it's still saying copy via exec command, blah, blah, blah. And I'm going to tell it, no, I still got this error. I still get this error. Now, this is technique number 1, which is tell it, fix it. Technique number 2 is don't confuse it, just ask it again. The beauty of LLMs is they can go wrong, but they go wrong in reasonably independent ways. So if I take the same thing and give it again, it will probably give me a different result. Now, some people worry about this. You say, oh, but an LLM is not like a program where it's reliable. Brilliant. Then if it makes a mistake once, the next time it might not make that mistake. And if it makes a mistake once and you pass it to itself and say, check what errors you found, it'll probably not make the same mistake again. It'll make a different kind of mistake. And therefore, you can trust an LLM a little more to verify itself. And this one worked, I think, because it's saying it's worked. So let's find out. Paste it, and it's got some stuff. Great. So now that I have some HTML, that is, I know roughly what the text of the WhatsApp page looks like, we can go to the next step. But before that, here are some of the things that I would like to share as my learnings. LLMs make mistakes. And the important thing is that LLMs make mistakes kind of like humans. You ask a human to process a long document, they will miss out stuff. Code makes fewer mistakes and different kinds of mistakes. So I usually have LLMs write code and run the code. Code is a language. LLMs are language models, literally. So they actually tend to be pretty good at this. And because of this, anyone can code. You'll notice what I said there took a certain amount of expertise. I'm not saying that expertise is not required. But it's something that enables anyone to write programs in English. And that expertise that I'm talking about is actually now easier to develop. So with this, let's do the following. I'm going to say, I'm going to go back here and literally just paste the HTML that I got and tell it, give me the, yeah, okay, I think I already told it, you can write the code to scrape all the useful information. Yeah, I'll just say the same thing again. Here is the HTML. Now you write me the code to scrape all of this and let's have it run. Again, notice that I am asking explicitly for code. I'm not saying here is HTML, you convert it to some structured form. I do not trust LLMs to go through long pieces of text and get all of the information. I'm going to copy this code instead and put it out here, and it's copied something. Let's check, paste it here, and yeah, somebody said maybe after the first keynote, Rukmini Srinivasan and 3 other people outside have congratulated me on your talk, blah, blah, blah. So it was a great talk. So what you can do is now just keep scrolling up, scrolling up, scrolling up all the way to the top, which is what I was doing during the lunch break. And then get all the messages, which is what I have out here. We have all the messages starting from 2025 Jan 16th when Zainab added Pujil. That's the first message that I have, and there were probably a few messages before that. All the way down to, I'll take out the connector and put it back. And this thing, oh, it's back, oh, thank you. All the way down to 27th at 6 o'clock, which is what, 11:30 a.m. So yeah, probably pre-lunch. Now, we have these messages, but is everything all right? Just take a cursory look at this. Everything seems okay, but let's have the LLM do what I would normally do, which is figure out if the data is okay. So let's go back and say, look, here are a bunch of WhatsApp messages. Are any of these are there any missing values, for instance? Let's start a new chat. And I like starting new chats because sometimes it gets confused. So let's add the, I just gzipped this file. Let's talk again. Here are a bunch of WhatsApp messages. Are there any missing values here? Let it figure it out. You'll notice that the model here is O4 mini high. Now, O3 is the most advanced model. O4 mini is a toned down version of an even more advanced model. In practice, you can think of O4 mini as a slightly lower model than O3, but when O4 fully releases, it will become the better model. High versus normal means how much time it will spend thinking. Generally, the longer it thinks. For most problems where thinking helps, it does better. And programming is one of those kinds of tasks. So now, notice what it's doing is, I said, are there any missing values? It is smart enough to write a program. It didn't sit and read the data. It wrote a program to figure out the missing values. I can inspect it and see if it does a good job, and it usually does. And based on this, it's given me some missing value summary. I don't read tables or charts anymore. Just give it to me in plain English. And with the exclamation mark. Exclamation marks are nice. So it's now thinking a lot, and it says only one author phone value is missing out of 1,300 messages, and every other field, blah, 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 is fully populated. I ran a missing value audit. Wait, hold on. Is time also fully present? I thought I saw a missing time value. And this is where I'm just putting in some amount of context or external information. This is really where the bulk of the value that humans will add going forward will come in from, where you present a different angle. Okay, time is blank on 65, about 5%. You still need to interpolate or impute for those timestamps. So let's do that. What we'll do is tell it that, and I've got a prompt here that I was using from before, interpolate or extrapolate the time from the nearby messages and give it to me finally as a gzipped JSON file to download. It's transcribing and will execute. Now, part of the, normally I would have ad-libbed these prompts. The reason why I've put these prompts here is mostly because it's easier for me to publish online, and the QR code on all the slides will give you the links to this, so you'll be able to reproduce it. But what I also did was try running the same prompt 3 or 4 different ways to see if I run it multiple times, does it generally give the same consistent result? Because yes, I could come here and make a mess of things and still show you something interesting, but it's useful to have a system that gives reasonably reliable results. Now, one thing you'll notice here is that the analysis errored out midway. It wrote the code, it found that there was an error, but it then fixed the error by writing a new version of the code, and that's where the thinking path comes in. And that failed as well. Then it wrote a third program. The bigger or smarter the model, the more it does this sort of a thing. And now I can download the WhatsApp messages with filled times, and that gives me another gzip JSON file. Good. So what this does is helps me delegate even more. When I think, should I be cleaning? Ask it. Are there any missing values? Ask it. What should I be doing next? Ask it. Every stage can be delegated. It may do a good job, it may not do a good job, it will probably do a better job tomorrow. We'll figure it out. One of the common things that we want to do when it comes to unstructured data is to figure out who's going to sit and read all of these. We'll group it into categories, and for that I'd like to automate it. Now, the way I normally automate this sort of a thing is by creating topics, effectively a network cluster, saying these are the similar topics. For each of those clusters, let's give it a name of some kind, and so on. So what I'll do is show you an interface by which we can do that, and then how we can build an application that can do that as well. So let me start by asking ChatGPT to give me a CSV download of all the text in the messages. That should hopefully do the trick. It will give me the CSV file. And then what I'm going to do is put that into an application that I built. What this application lets me do is paste all the text and then start clustering it. Has it already done this? Yes, it seems to. I will then open this CSV file. Let's just open it in VS Code or something. It should be in my downloads folder as messages.txt. Oh, it's got new lines and all that. No, I don't quite like this format. Let me take the JSON itself and take the text that appeared here and take everything except the comma at the end. I'm going to put all of this one line per row. And why was that funny? But let's cluster it. Now what it will do is, and here is one of those secret, less known features of LLMs. You can quantifiably figure out how similar a piece of text is to another and say, okay, I want stuff that is 100% similar, 90% similar, 80% similar, 20% similar, whatever. Which is obviously powerful. So there seems to be a big cluster of messages which have similar text. Different people have requested to join to review. Here's a cluster that says Gurman Bhatia, where are you, Gurman? But these all seem to be about changing the group settings or removing someone from the community or basic admin activity and so on. So it looks like I'm already discovering a few topics, people wanting to join, Gurman administering the group, and stuff like that. But I don't want to sit and manually do this. Let's delegate that as well. What we will do is say, look, you, and here I've written a program, which I will show you how to write in a few minutes, where I'll say, give me, say, a dozen topics, and send it to an LLM, like let's say GPT 4.1 mini, and you find the topics. So it's going to take all of these, find out which are similar using clustering, and then having found the clusters, it's going to figure out what is the best name for these. So there are 97 documents about ticket sale pricing, 125 documents about spam and social links, 95 about promotions, blah, 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 a dozen topics. And then I can download it, tag each of these messages against it. Now you'll say, Anand, very good, you got this program. Can I use this program? No, unfortunately not. Okay. How can you do this? Well, what is the big deal about programs? Your LLMs write code. Write the code. So what is the prompt that will get you to do this? And the answer is, try this out. So this one I wrote using Claude Code. Claude Code is slightly different in that instead of running on the browser, it runs on the command line. and is also somewhat expensive, but this one cost me about a little less than $1. What I prompted it was literally what you see here. I've got this JSON's gzip file. Now I want you to write a Python program, call it topics.py. What it should do is calculate the embeddings of each of the text fields, cluster them using k-means, and then send it to GPT 4.1 to give me names for all of those. Create a new JSON file that adds a cluster to each of these messages, and test it on 20 messages with 3 clusters, and then if that works, run for all. So this, it spent, so here's what the process looked like. What I just read out is what I typed, and then it said, okay, I'll create a topics.py. It created a plan, and step by step it went through the plan, it wrote the code, it created this topics.py here, and then it said, okay, now I've created it, I've done all of these things, now I'm going to test it. It ran the test ran fine, blah, 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 and finally it finished it, costing me about 20 cents in 2 minutes of its execution time and 4 minutes of me going out for a small cup of coffee. This is the third iteration that I ran of this prompt, not the first iteration, because I wanted to give you a prompt that works at the first shot. The first couple of times, let me run this program. We run topics.py. So it is now literally running. It's loading the 1,000 odd messages and processing it batch by batch, and it will eventually get done. But the reason this was the third attempt was because on my first attempt, I didn't put in a few of these things that I later on realized I needed to. So I decided I'll combine them all into one single message to give it to you as an easy way. But my first iteration took about 22 minutes. I was at Brigade Road eating paneer kurchan tacos, which I will strongly recommend. And over 22 minutes cost me less than $1. That is a solid bargain for you to be able to create a program that does end-to-end topic modeling. Now that we have something like this, which is, and it's created a cluster distribution, and strangely, the names of the clusters seem to be cluster 7, cluster 8, blah, blah, blah. Okay, it obviously did a terrible job of that. So like always, I'm just going to rerun it, and hopefully it will give me better cluster names. Normally it gives good cluster names, but like with LLMs, like with everything on LLMs, sometimes it does it right, sometimes it doesn't. The magic rule is try it again. Costs nothing. I'm anyway going to occupy my time speaking with you, and if people like you are not around to occupy my time, I play a bubbles game on MSN, which is very addictive. But now it's processed batch 12. Now it's clustering into 12 clusters. Hopefully it will give better cluster names this time. And yeah, it's saying group engagement, 82 messages, social media updates, blah, blah, blah. Now I have these messages. Next, before that, to reiterate, the main takeaway here is if it doesn't work, throw it away, redo it. You could try and fix it, that sometimes works, but throwing it away and redoing it is good enough a tactic. And after 3 times it doesn't work, this is an important thing, write it down in a list saying, I tried this, this is currently impossible. 1 month later, revisit it. That impossibility list is one of your most useful tactics in dealing with the ever-changing world of LLMs, because when a new model releases, you're going to ask, what is the big deal? If you have an impossibility list and you're able to strike off 2 of those, then you'll know what the big deal is about that model. Now let's visualize. So what I'm going to do is go back to ChatGPT, which I suddenly can't find. This is not ChatGPT. This is. So let's create a new chat. And in this, I will upload the new file. I'm going to gzip it because the network is not too good here. Tagged JSON is gzip. Now I'm going to add a photo or a file. Take this and let's tell it. These are messages from the VizChitra group. What are interesting insights that we can derive from these? Give me 10 diverse data stories that we can explore. Include some quirky ones as well. Then, for each of those, write the code to analyze the data. Show the results as tables and charts, and interpret each as a story with surprise and human appeal. Amuse me. Now this quirky, amuse and all of that, I wouldn't do in a more serious setting, or actually maybe I would, but it actually helps because even the very serious people tend to like this sort of a thing. Now I'm going to consciously switch over to O3. I don't have that large a quota of O3 and I have a workshop tomorrow, so I'm trying to conserve it. But by default, your operating principle should be, at least if you're on the $20 ChatGPT version, always use O3 until you exhaust it and then go to the next lower models. I think you have about 200 per week. You're very unlikely to exhaust it. Now, one of the things that I'll mention here is I'm asking for 10 stories, not one. Why would you ask for one? It's practically the same effort. Never ask for just one output from an LLM. Have it give a dozen. And if it is saying, oh, that's too much, I'll only give you 2 or 3, fine. Also, you'll notice that I didn't say, do this analysis, do that analysis. I used to say, okay, here are my hypotheses. And then I realized, hold on, I have 2 problems. One, hypothesis generation could be biased. I'm effectively applying my biases onto it. Now, some people call biases domain expertise, which is a valid point. But you want to do that, that's absolutely fine too. But these things anyway think differently. So may as well have it come up with the hypothesis. So not a good idea. Secondly, it is work. I don't like work. I like playing bubbles. So have it do the work. The whole point is more delegation. Let us delegate. And then while we are at it, why should all the entertainment go to Netflix and books and so on? I stopped reading books this year. This is far more entertainment. So let it entertain us. What it's doing right now is thinking, calculating. It's working on monologue masters, longest consecutive runs. See, this thinking stuff is brilliant. It is enough entertainment. It's also a learning opportunity. You can see how it writes the code, how it rejigs stuff. A few days ago, I asked it to pull data from the Indian high courts and analyze it. What I didn't realize was that I had given it the wrong AWS region. So it tried pulling and it failed. And finally, it gave me an answer. It's only when I went through the thinking traces that I realized somewhere it said, I am not able to pull the data, so let me make it up. So, okay, it happens. Now, it's still writing the code, and this is one of the pleasures, pains of using a sophisticated model like O3, which will happily think for a long, long time. But at the end of it, notice that it's creating charts, and it's probably got the stories below. So yeah, okay, Gurman's had the maximum number of messages. Where is the chart? Acha, okay, slow network. Followed by Amit, followed by Surbi, Ipsa, Pujil. Yes, congratulations, all of you. All the hard work that you've put in is really showing. But let's see what stories it's coming up with. Those are the fun ones to read. Loudest voices. The 5 people that write half the chat. Goodman shouts the loudest. Tuesday 11 a.m. is rush hour. Sunday morning is a ghost town. And the love icon is the group's reserve currency, whereas the thumbs up inflates fast. I'm not sure what that means. Okay, so 80-20 participation. Gurman, Amit, Surbi, Ipsa, and Pujil are dominating. There's a weekday clustering and midnight spikes on hack days. All right. Reaction. Oh, okay. So 35% of all the reactions were the love emoji, whereas the thumbs up was 26%, and then there was the rest of it. Friday planning frenzy subsides as deliverables hit. Com strategy climbs post chat. Gurman's the de facto curator. Okay, most edges point to him. Interesting about the gender mess there. Notice self loops. Surbi quoting Surbi. Amit's 7-message soliloquy beats Gurman's 6. Cue the cricket chirps soundtrack. You know, actually, this is fun, but let me say, wait, didn't I? Okay. Yeah, okay. Let's do this. I'm going to say more metrics, more quirky, and go on. See, it can go crazy. You can drive it crazy one way or the other. But the thing is, there is practically no limit. No, I take that back. Our imagination is the limit. And what I'm beginning to realize is all of the weird stuff that I see posted on the internet about what people are doing with LLMs, and I say, why the hell are these people doing this? Is the fodder for what can be done. And these days, I'm trying hard to practice stretching my imagination. 2 minutes? Okay. The takeaways from here, I'll repeat. Ask LLMs to write the code. Don't have it analyze, have it write the code to analyze. Don't ask for one. Ask for a dozen pieces of analysis. Keep your impossibility list. Whatever doesn't work this time, works later. I will be sharing this list of more quirky messages in this, and you can scan the QR code. If you have any things that you would like to try out, then you can take the same. Probably shouldn't be sharing the data set, so I won't. But you can try the same on any WhatsApp group or anything else that you like, and please share yours publicly. But remember, LLMs can help in every step of the data to story value chain, engineering, analysis, visualization. Try it. See where it fails, see where it works, keep a log, and see if you can actually design data through dialogue. Best of luck.
We have time for one question. Does anyone want to ask anything? Not about the chat group, anything else. Yeah. Samarth. Yeah.
Have I used this in an actual client project? Every time. Is there any other way to do it? Maybe half a question more.
Yeah, maybe. Anyone else?
I see a hand there. Yes, please. This yesterday, Gurman, who could please raise her hand, I can't find you. Thank you. Said, what does it take to create? We were chatting about style guides, and it struck me that I'd love to create a style guide based on The Economist. You saw the charts, and the charts were, as Karthik put it, just crappy standard matplotlib stuff. So I said, take all the charts from The Economist. I didn't give it the charts. You search for the charts from The Economist. You write the style guide. And then you rewrite it in a form that is suitable for matplotlib. And then you create the charts using matplotlib and show it to me. It wrote the style guide kind of okay, even for matplotlib, but when it applied it, it was rubbish. So that's the most recent addition. It can't apply style guides and create visualizations well as of today.
Anand, a question from the live stream. Someone's asking, can this or has this been applied to speech analytics yet?
Absolutely. I'll show you an example whenever, just ping me. Not just speech from a transcribed speech to text, but also emotion detection. Hume.ai, I'm not sure I'm pronouncing it right, but it's spelled Hume, offers an API that extracts emotion. Gemini probably has the best transcription models, and with either of these, you can do some fantastic work with speech. A separate file, the question I'm repeating, paraphrasing the question. If we have the style in a separate file and the code in a separate file, LLMs struggle. If we put it inline, it helps. Are there such techniques we can use? Not required anymore, because most of the coding agents know enough to pick up from separate files, have large enough a context window. Temporarily, such techniques help. As models and application techniques improve, they become less important. For example, one of the classic prompt engineering tricks was emotion prompting. Blackmail the LLM. I will kill you if you don't, or my life is at stake if you do this. If you don't do this, then I will lose my job, and all of that. And it tended to produce better results on some models. Over time, that vanished. Today, that is not required. And in fact, some of the newer models, it degrades the performance a little bit. So the general rule of thumb is do as little as possible. The models will catch up. Everything else that you do, not everything. The vast majority of the things that we do are temporary.
Thank you, Anand.
Okay, yeah, I got the hint. Thank you.
Some of you might miss out, but because it's already sold out, but Anand is doing a fantastic workshop about all of this tomorrow at Samagata Center on Church Street. So whoever learns something, share it with us, please. Yeah. Now, this was the final talk we had for you today. So just want to take a moment and absorb it with everyone. But before we go, I just want to take a couple of moments to self-indulge, because like I said at the beginning, it's been 9 months and there has been a bunch of people who have put in a bunch of work over these 9 months. There were so many people that, like, as a person who loves knowing people, I don't know all of them, and that breaks my heart. So I want to use this opportunity to bring in people who were leading these people in different work and talk about them a little bit. So to do that, I want to do it probably vertical by vertical and start actually where you most interacted with VizChitra was through our comms, where you see everything was happening, and that brilliant work was being led by Pujil and Prakriti a little bit.
My presence on the stage has been validated by the last 30 minutes. As you saw there, I was one of the top chatters in our WhatsApp group. So I'll take this moment to do two things. A, tell you like one tiny story about the comms group in particular, because while it has been 9 months for the VizChitra chat, I think it's been like around 8 or 7 months for the comms group, because we used to have like weekly catch-ups where branding would give update, event would give update, admin would give update. Everyone's giving their own like separate vertical update, and then after a point we were like, comms se koi update nahi aa rahi hai. Then we were like, 1 second, comms ka group hi nahi hai. So the first tha ki chalo comms group banate, and I don't know at which point I was like, okay, yeah, sure, I anyway do full-time comms. I work as a data viz designer in a larger comms team, so I was like, okay, fine, let me make the group. And I had no idea what madness I was in for at that time. But VizChitra comms, at least for me personally, I've said this to a couple of people already today, that it feels like an extension of myself, because when I was setting up all these like different accounts and they ask you for your birth date, I've literally entered my birth date. So happy birthday to VizChitra on 14 Jan, which was also happy birthday to me. But yeah, it started off with one person, and it is definitely not a one-person job. It takes a village. I think VizChitra, the V in VizChitra probably is for the village, as cringe as that sounds. But I'll just take like a couple of like another minute or so to just thank all this like amazing team. Prakriti joined, Surbhi joined, Abha, Simleen, and Aditi, who have led almost all of the posting about speakers, workshops, BOF sessions, alt sessions, sponsor collaterals. Every single thing has been led by them. I think I am just sort of basking. My name is just there on top from the fruits of their labor, so thank you so much. We've also just had like a flurry of volunteers today who have kept everything so seamless. Devanshi, Drishti, Jaina, Kastu, Chiladitya, Vedahi, Kashvi and Hamsa. I don't think that verticals over here was so isolated, so anything that looks good on comms looks great, because the foundation, the branding of it was super solid. Hamsa, she's not here with us today because she's in London, I think, in London. But she sort of stepped in whenever I would feel a bit overwhelmed and helped put a system in place. So it truly has been a village. And I've gone from being like that one data viz designer in a comms team to just seeing like all these data viz designers who also do comms, to now just like meeting every one of you, some like 300 people who are just doing data viz in our own like funny, weird, interesting ways, and my heart is really full. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for making this conference what it is, and we'll stay in touch with you on our social channels, because now we have a big team. Thank you.
Every good community needs a place where you can find it. And for us, it was probably the most beautiful website I have seen when I've seen a website for the first time. Those polygons, when I saw hundreds of people interacting with it from different countries come in. to talk about that, and the people who led it is Schubert. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Honestly, it's just surreal to see the website in the state it is currently now, because many of y'all don't know this, but very early on, we decided that we weren't going to have a website. It was way too much work, and then just few of us got onto a call, and we decided, screw it, we'll build it. And then eventually, people might like it, maybe they won't, maybe they do. We said, fine, let's try it. And yeah, so eventually that just kind of became its own thing. And so for that, I honestly want to thank Amit for all of his help and guidance, Gurman too, and my fellow devs, Aman and Urmila too, and also Vedagi and Anish for helping with the design and everything. And yeah, that's kind of it from me. Thank you all.
Thank you, Schubert. Next is, I think the foundation of all of this, I think, was in the earliest days, the first thing that we saw that really made us feel it was all becoming real was the branding work. Like, I remember the first time that presentation happened and everyone just showed what was happening, and I felt like, oh, this is happening. Oh, we were not just like in the air, now we are actually standing somewhere. So, Rashi, yeah.
So we began with the branding and the visual identity last December. And since then, we've come a long way from branding for a community to making conference collateral. It's been amazing. And it's all been possible because of Rasagya, Hamsa, Kashvi, Vaidehi, and a lot more people, including the participatory Viz team. So yeah, that's it. Thanks. And yeah, we've done the standees, the merch, most of the things that you can touch and feel over here. That's it. Thanks.
This is also a reminder to buy the merch. Yeah, tote bags. 2 tote bags to put 1 more tote bag in. Do it. Do it, please. Then the talks. I know Amit talked about it a little bit, but a lot more went behind the scene. And Anand, do you want to come share something?
Hi. The whole day everyone's been asking me when you are speaking. And I have to constantly say, I am not that Anand. So it's been a bit of a weird day for me. But honestly, the way that this started was about, I would say 6 or 7 months ago. It's actually been quite a grueling journey. I think one thing that the team, I don't know why they have not acknowledged, but all of them have juggled their full-time jobs to somehow organize this, and they've just, I mean, messages have been going on through till 3 in the morning, 6 in the morning. I don't know how Amit and Rasagi do it in particular. I feel like they drink a lot of Red Bull. Unlikely, but anyway. But the large part of what you saw with these talks was a real group effort. Arpit among us who really helped us shape a lot of this. Divya, who's floating around, really made sure we got to our meetings. I am a serial bunker of those meetings, unfortunately, but she made sure I got my act together, and we made sure we got a lot of people to figure out a lot of these things. One is also among them is Swati. Schubert, I know he spoke, but he was also a part of this process. Amit and Rasagi in particular, I really want to shout out to them because they really helped us shape a lot of these talks and lightning talks and workshops. We were all sort of novices to this whole process. And then the other folks I do want to acknowledge, we had a lot of independent reviewers who are outside of this core community. Some among them are here. Some of them are speakers. I really want to shout out to them because they really helped give fresh eyes to a lot of these talks that you saw today. And that really helped us because I think we can get a little bit of tunnel vision and saying, this is an awesome talk, but it does need fresh eyes. It does need a broader audience. And really, thank you for all for coming because we didn't know how this was going to go. And you've all turned out in huge numbers, supportive numbers. When I usually go for conferences, everyone's on their phones doing something else, but you've all paid attention, which is, I think, a testament to you as an audience and also the speakers. I mean, they have been really brilliant, every one of them. We had like more than 200 people submit proposals, and this is like the cream of the crop. So I hope we have this again next year. I've really enjoyed doing it with all of you. And yeah, thanks again.
So, Anand has already committed to the next year. Okay. One thing I think about when we send out announcements from VizChitra, I think about always, on top of my list is Surbhi's impeccable copies. I don't think I think about anything more than that. So I want Surbhi to come up and talk about some of the comms that she has been doing specifically. Like it just, yep, with some of the other people also involved. It's not all Surbhi, okay. She quotes herself, but it's not all her.
Before I say anything, how many of you participated in the Draw Your Own Dashboard? Anybody? Nobody? Huh? No? Nobody? You did? Did you submit? I think you will win because you're the only one. Oh, they said take it back home. Okay, cool. So I think I was handling sponsors comms. My journey has also been quite up and down with VizChitra, given the fact that we all have full-time jobs, like Anand mentioned. I joined editorial, realized no time. Joined comms, realized can do only part of comms. Figured out sponsors is something that's a good, comfortable place and I can deal with because we had only 2 sponsors till 2 weeks ago. So I was like, this is good. I can do 2 people, 2 entities. I can deal with this. It's fine. And within the last 2 weeks, we went from 2 to 5 sponsors, which means that I was just working double shifts. And I was also traveling, so it was a bunch of things. She went to Cairo. Which is VizChitra's font, by the way. Cairo is VizChitra's font. So I was told this by Rashi, that the font is Cairo, because I don't know why, she thought it was a cool thing to tell me, okay? So largely we did nothing. I did nothing. I did not get the sponsors. I did not do the production. I am not Bangalore based. I just sent copies from Delhi, which is just cool taglines, you know, which you see printed some places, I think. And it was mostly Zainab who was handling everything. She would just tell me, this sponsor has come in, now just do the comms for it. And if anyone, so if you all know Zainab, if anyone does not, please meet her before leaving. Complete boss lady, crazy sense of humor. Is she here? Full freedom to do whatever the hell I want to write. No one's checking. Kuch bhi likh do, dal do. Is it time? Okay, I should go. It's time to stop speaking. And Nidhi, who was doing all the production. I literally just flew in last night. I didn't have to do as much. Prakriti, who was on speed dial, literally. Rashi, Aditi, Simleen, Abha, Pujil, everyone who was doing Figma copies. I just feel like all I had to do was just give cool taglines, and that's about it. So that's the process.
Thanks, Survi. I think even after all of this, there is something more that happened today. Like what happened today didn't happen just because of these people. It happened because one person decided a week ago that I want to have 25 more WhatsApp groups and have everyone on those WhatsApp groups and tell them information at 12 in the night so that I look up in the morning and I'm like, okay, I'm ready for the day. I think I've never seen anyone organize a larger group in a better way, which is the group that is also here today, Kavya. Yeah.
All right, so I was a chief cat herder, but I did get to work with a lot of awesome, cool cats. So that's was a perk. But to use a couple of analogies, I am the national reporter who just swoops in, helicopters in, does the last minute work, takes all the credit. I was missing throughout the prep work. About 2 weeks ago, Gurman called me and said, we need somebody to do a bit of HR work, a bit, right? Master of underselling. But yes, so over the last 2 weeks, I just did a quantification. I made 728 calls and was on WhatsApp for more than, I want to say, 15 hours a day. And the only person who probably did more than me in this is Nidhi. Right? She is the person that I went to for everything because she's done conferences before. And then just today I learned she's done one conference before. but she did she does make it seem like this is her day job and she really got her shit together. Right? So huge shout out to Nidhi. She is the glue and the fear that held the group together, right? You don't want to piss off Nidhi, but yeah. And then today I got to learn that apparently I am also feared, so death stare to any of the volunteers who didn't do your job. A large part of my work was to convince people that they could do the job that I wanted them to do. For instance, Akarsh, who's on the cameras today, he just happened to be an engineer. I'm like, camera is a technical thing. You can operate it. There's enough electronics in it, right? You can just pan it, tilt it, you can do it. And just got him, convinced him to do it. So there have been a lot of people who I roped into doing a lot of work. Thank you so much for taking on all of this. My job was to coordinate all of this, but you are the ones who actually did the work. Thank you so much.
Last couple of things and promise, then we'll let you go. I think something that came up in Anand's keynote was the messages and who talks there. And that will give you an insight to actually who are the people who just hold all of us together for us. And I want to just take a moment to talk about all of them. Like, the 4 of them are also on stage up earlier. But I want to quickly mention one thing about each of them that just blows my mind every time I see them. I don't think anyone has created a better document than Amit in my life, or in anyone's life. Yeah. I want to frame Amit's document next to the fancy artwork that I bought and just put it there and just look at it everything is linked, guys. You don't need Notion. It's a lie. You don't need Notion. You can do it on Docs. Second is Rasagya. I think just the calm, he will push through any chaos and noise, and he's just we are going to do this and it will happen. And I think that is a really beautiful superpower, and I really appreciate it. Even though sometimes it's annoying because he doesn't listen then. Yeah. Ipsa, who is just the energy that comes with everything that I do. I'm every time I want to talk to Ipsa because I'll feel good about it and we'll get things done. So and all the pre-events that you saw, from the launch party to skills barter, everything. Thank you, Ipsa. And Gurman, she's the person who sent me that message, and like you saw, she's the one who's the loudest, according to Anand's. And I think just every morning there is 2 or 3 reminders on every WhatsApp group telling, hey, what is happening with this? And it's a subtle way of reminding you, oh, we have not done that anyway. So it's just, I want to acknowledge them. But more importantly, all of us had very little clue how to run a conference. We have never run a conference. Some have had been parts of conferences doing some things, but this is a thing. And it would not have been possible without HasGeek. And I just want to acknowledge them. I want to acknowledge Zainab. I want to acknowledge Nidhi, Kiran. So early in, Zainab was just there. I remember Zainab was always there. Anything we needed, Zainab was there. And when Zainab was there, then just Nidhi came up, and I'm oh, this is Zainab 2.0, or maybe, or Nidhi was or maybe she was Nidhi 1.0, whatever. It was just, I don't know how we would have done them without them, and because it's amazing. Thank you so much for all of you. Yeah. That's all the announcements.
Few more people who made this auditorium experience possible. Karan Saini was our hall manager, Pratham Vaidya was our AV console manager, Akarsh Srinath was our camera manager, and Sri Parvati was our usher, and the hall manager is about to ring the bell on me also. So I hope with this BTS you got to know a little bit about this team that you are now a part of. And our media partner was Livestream, who is here taking all the pictures, which we will all reminisce in a few days and have FOMO about not having it sooner. What else was I about to say? Just the BIC staff for letting us be here, and we're over 5 minutes, so thank you for letting us stay. The sponsors for making this happen. I love how everyone's just mentioning things that, it took a lot to make this happen. So
we are tired, guys. We have been here for a really long time.
Yes, participatory with everyone who helped, Shanika, Samhita, Aditi, Simleen. If you've participated in any of the things here, all of that is their brain power, the interactives, the data trail, if you did that, I kind of did that. Rasagya for guiding us through this whole experience of how to get people to participate.
Okay, now there is too many bells, but Surbhi has like literally put a gun to my head. Anandana and Darshana, who has been running around the entire day to make this happen. Thank you. Yeah.
Workshop participants, we will see you tomorrow. This was VizChitra 2025. Give it a hand.